Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
So one of my favorite stories is in a mother's womb where two babies, and one turns to the other and says, "Do you believe in life after delivery?" And the other replies, "Why, of course, there has to be something after delivery. Maybe we're here to prepare ourselves for what will be later." "Nonsense," said the first. "There's no life after delivery. What kind of life would that be?" "I don't know," said the second, "but there'll be more light than here. Maybe we'll walk with our legs and eat with our mouths. Maybe we'll have other senses we can't understand now." First goes, "That's ridiculous. Walking is impossible, and eating with our mouths, that's absurd. The umbilical cord is what scientifically supplies nutrition and all that we need, but it's far too short. Life after delivery is to be logically excluded." And the second says, "What if it's just different than it is here? Maybe we don't need that physical cord anymore." The first goes, "Okay, if there were life after delivery, then tell me, why has no one ever come back from there? Delivery is the end of life, and in the after delivery is nothing but darkness and silence and oblivion. It takes us nowhere." And the second says, "But certainly we'll meet Mother, and she'll take care of us." The first goes, "Mother? You actually believe in Mother? If Mother exists, where is she now?" And the second goes, "She's all around us. We are of her her. It is in her that we live. Without her, this world would not and could not exist. And the first says, I don't see her. It's only logical that she's not here. To which the second replied, sometimes, when you're in silence and you really listen, you can perceive her presence. You can hear her loving voice calling down from above.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues, and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
All right. Thank you, Craig.
Riverside, wait for me. I'll be coming home. Wait.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Now let me see you drop it to the flow, drop it to the flow, then now lean in.
Now lean in. Oh yeah. Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you from Stanley, Virginia. No, we don't make the tools here. Got a couple of friends backstage already. We got D-Man is here tonight. And we got Chicago Cubby Bear. Look at there, right off the bat. Man.
Hey, Dave, I'd really appreciate, and my girlfriend would too, you stop showing her TikTok dancing videos. I don't really appreciate that.
Well, we're trying to get her famous out there. That's the Sovereign Soul Dancers. We're going to have that. It's kind of like Danny Terrio, the Sovereign Soul Dancers, you know. We're just going to have Sav and the Solid, whatever the fuck that was. Jesus, driving it like, oh boy, we got a lot of people here in the chat tonight already. This is 68 people. It says right here. I don't know if there's anybody over here yet or not. 4 over in Rumble. I don't see anybody chatting though. They're not chatting. Probably watching it on their television. And my microphone is like way over here. Okay, there we go.
Do I still sound okay?
Yeah, you sound fine. Fine.
What's up, guys?
Look at here. We got Austin Murphy. We got Justin Johnson's here. J.R. Hartley. Edwin Johnson. Let's see. Brad and Tasha. One or both. Either way, we're glad to have them. Jim Annis is here. Wolf Child. Edwin Johnson. The True Few. Good Heart Guardian. Patty G. Chilling is here. Heresy Seed. Let's see. Did I get that one? There's Lisa Marie Tattersall. There she is. We getting this weather. We're getting this weather, Lisa. What's up, man? I was hoping it'd be nice enough to mow today, but it wasn't, man. By the time I got done doing all my shit, there was sprinkles and rain, and it's kind of hard. You mow the grass and that, and you get that shit choked up in the chute, and that's how accidents happen. That's plus I didn't want to mow anyway, so.
Making up excuses, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. We had an interesting stream last night. There's Big Pine Sailing, Wolf Child. Let's see here. Let's see, did I miss anybody? Eldon Beans here with us tonight. I just kind of like drifted off while I was doing the shout outs here. Mr. Mojo Rising here. Angela Baby Carson's here with us tonight as well. Let's see. I think now it's just kind of repeat. There's Jehovah's lovely daughter Barbara is here with us too. Patty G. And getting repeats. TJ Hoff. I think that's all. I think that's what I got so far. I'll be here all night. Jeez, it's getting bigger. Look at our 73 again already. We got Roger. Roger's here. Roger Ledwell's here. He's welcome to come up anytime. Of course, anybody's welcome to come up. I wanted to kind of, after last night, it kind of like sparked me because I've been putting off doing a stream on alcohol and alcoholism. And of course, we can get into other stuff as well. But I mean, I wanted to start out with that because, man, like Mike LaBrash put last night, he said, when I go back and looked at myself, during the moment, I feel like I'm rational, making sense. But then going back and seeing the video of me doing it, I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck was I doing? What the hell? And that's why I was urging him to go back and watch. Just go back and watch. My wife and I got up this morning and watched it, and it was just like, I went, oh man, all that because of over some shit that's not even really provable one way or the other. It's all philosophical. You know, it's all philosophical. And it's like, wait a second, man. You don't know fully concrete one way or the other. So why get like that? But that's what alcohol do. I've said this several times. You see a fight starts between two drunks in a bar or something, and it'll be over something really stupid. It was not a 63 Ford. It was a 65 Ford. And he's like, no, it wasn't, you dumb son of a bitch. It was a 63. Next thing you know, they're both waking up in a jail cell for fighting. And it was all over what year vehicle it was. And, you know, liable to find out there it was both wrong. It was a 64, you know, and that's the dumb shit. And it's like, wow. And then all the consequences that comes from that, they'll have to go to court now, blah, 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 blah. You know, over what? Over what? Over ego. That shit is like instant ego enhancement. That's why they call it a liquid courage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you think you're more than what you really are, you know? And man, I can't stand it. Somebody singing their own praises. That just to me is so cringe. You know, let somebody else say that. You don't sit there and say how wonderful you are and that you're the smartest or you know everything. All that. That is so off-putting to me. It just really is. But what people don't understand is that the alcohol, and boy, it took me, hey, listen, I was a hard case, man. I mean, you'd think you'd learn after a DUI, right? A lot of people don't. You'd think you'd learn after 2. You'd think you'd learn after 3 and ended up having to go to jail for a year. You'd think you'd learn after 4. It took 6. It took 6 because I had a handle on it. See, and each time I go, okay, well, here you lay like little conditions. Oh, I only drink on the weekends. I'm only going to drink clear liquor, or I'm only going to drink brown liquor, or I'm only going to drink beer, or I'm only going to. It's all the same shit. People don't understand there's a reason it's called spirits. And we had a display of what those spirits are. They're evil. They're demented. They're demented. To cause somebody to think about that, to threaten not just one person's life, but 2 people's lives, because they don't agree with you. Or they have a different philosophy on something. Really? And that right there is to feed off of the negative emotional energy that comes about from it. And it extends out. It extends out. Because here now I'm not going to be doing what I plan to do, to go up there and visit. And, you know, I'm still going to go up there, but I'm not visiting. There's no way. You know, and then he's trying to turn that around like that's my decision. No, you threatened me. You threatened my life. And there wasn't no kidding or like, oh, I'm going to kill you. That wasn't it. You heard that. That was heartfelt. And
I didn't catch the end. At 2:30, I had to leave. So I didn't catch it.
No, that shit is just
yeah, it kind of spiraled.
Yeah,
to say the least.
And he said, what did he say? Flatzoid had some kind of a South African cult or something.
I don't even remember. There's so many things said now. I didn't go back and watch it. So
oh my word!
There's a lot of things that I don't know. Kinda
both tragic and comical at the same time.
Sort of comical, yeah. At the same, yeah.
You know, but tragic because it's like, and I don't know, and it won't allow you to see. It won't allow you to see that. Hey, you know, I was in the wrong. I really shouldn't have acted like that.
I was surprised it didn't get taken down. I thought for sure, like I was just waiting for the stream to end at any moment.
Yeah.
After certain things started getting said, you know, but
I mean, the fact that we were laughing when
Yeah.
he'd say that, you know. And I think that that angered the demon in him, you know, that, oh, they're not taking me serious like this. And it's like, well, of course not. We all know where that's coming from. You know, that's the one thing, is that it's like everybody's out of step but me. And that's the thinking that goes along with that. So you don't really realize, you know, you figure that, you know, everything's running along great. You're doing just fine because you're looking through it through beer goggles, right? So you think everything's just dandy, but it's a different story when you step out and you look at it from a third party perspective. And you go, holy shit, that's not how I am. What the fuck? You know, and it's a hard thing.
Yeah, I had a really good friend, lifelong friend, and he's battling alcoholism as we speak. And it's like, you know, he'd be this nice guy all day long, man. But then once the drinks start coming, it was like the Incredible Hulk came out. You know, it was a whole different person. Yeah, like anything that alters your state that much is, from my personal experience, I don't want to speak for anybody else's, but from my personal experience, I ain't never had too many good experiences with it.
No, me either. You know, and you probably your first time. That's the one everybody always goes and chases, that one good time they had, and they keep trying to recreate it. And
chasing the dragon.
Yeah. And it's definitely, it's a demonic influence, and 100%. I mean, what would cause it? Causes people to lash out at people that didn't even just weren't doing anything other than, you know, no, I don't agree with this, or I don't agree with that. Oh, well, there it is. I'm the king of everything, so, you know, I'm going to get angry at you. And you see this and this happens in domestic situations as well. And then what the common thing is that they get drunk, they'll pull some shit like that, and then blame you. See what you made me do? It's like, what? It's like, you know, dude beats the shit out of his old lady and then says, see what you made me do? This is all because you said something, this, that, and the other. Huh?
That reverse psychology.
Projection.
Yeah.
Projection.
Absolutely.
I had my problems in my 20s into about my mid 30s, and at one point, I know this is an odd reference to this, but it's a good reference. You're always, like you were saying earlier, chasing the dragon. You're always going for that first time. So that second time takes a little more, and that third time takes a little more, and that 14th time takes a lot more. And then that level of where the two balance each other out, pain and pleasure, start to reverse. And then the pain becomes more than the pleasure, and you can't ever get that first time again.
But the thing is, people will go and seek that pain.
Yeah,
even if they'll want to drink and sit and listen to a sad fucking country music song or some shit like that, you know, and they get soulful. That's one of the stages of it, the soulful and reminiscent, and then you start having resentments and shit that come about from those reminiscence and how things should have went different and da 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 da. And you focus on all this bullshit that you really have absolutely no control over, that just enhances that low vibration. You know, and that's the thing about this. Like, how many of these, like George Jones, if you don't drink and you listen to George Jones, you will. I'm not kidding you, man. All his songs are about, you know, running around, his old lady running around, leaving him, or, you know, what's that one? Yabba Dabba Doo. That's a sad ass song, man. You can just picture this. He says, last night I broke the seal on a Jim Beam decanter that looked like Elvis, and soaked the label off of a Flintstone jelly bean jar. And it's like you picture this sad thing because the woman took everything. And it says, I pulled up a seat I cleared off a place at that one little table that you left us, and grabbed me up a big old piece of floor. So he didn't even have a chair. This is how sad this thing is. And then he starts talking to the Elvis whiskey decanter about women and shit. And it's like, that's all stuff that goes along with alcoholism. Lost relationships, divorces, neglected kids, abused wives, lost jobs, all that shit. It all starts coming about. Even with the alcoholic that's not drinking on the job, sooner or later, his attitude is going to get him in hot water. Because it's not just the alcohol. The alcohol is just the catalyst. There's an underlying, those things stay with you. It's even if when you're sober the next day, or you think you're sober the next day, those things stay with you for like a couple of weeks. It actually takes you damn near a month to detoxify from one night of drinking. So people think, oh, I only drink, like on the weekends. But then pretty soon, Friday's coming along and the motherfucker's focused on that clock. He focused on that clock because, oh boy, when I get out of here, that means I can drink. You see, that's how that shit goes. And then pretty soon it'd be like, well, hell, it's beer 30 anyway, and you start making it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and you start kind of making these little excuses why it's okay. And you pretty soon the little rules you set for yourself, you congratulate yourself by breaking them. And then it's off to the races. I know this from experience, and I'm not preaching. I'm just telling you my experience and what I've seen. I've heard hundreds and hundreds of stories, and they're all the fucking same in one respect. And it's the fact that you cannot one of the biggest ones, you can't humble your ego. You can't accept the fact that a mere substance, or what you think is just a mere substance, can defeat you. And the biggest thing that you see is that it is demonic. Al Ghul, the flesh-eating spirit, they call it spirits. The metaphysical rule that a demon or a spirit cannot enter your home unless you willingly invite it. Well, guess what, folks? This right here is your home. This is where your soul resides. And when you willingly imbibe spirits, you invited them in. And my belief, there's nothing really other than some people's testimony to kind of back this up. But I believe that when someone goes into full blackout mode, where they don't remember any shit, nothing at all, that's full-fledged possession. 100% possession. That the person that inhabits that body is no longer there for a period of time.
I had a friend that I used to go and drink when I was young. That if you were in his house and you were hanging out with him and had a couple drinks, it was fun. And he'd be like, come on, let's go out. Let's go do something. We wouldn't drive or anything, but we'd get on the train or get on the bus and go somewhere. And by the time we'd be sitting around for a couple of hours at a bar or whatever, any little thing would anger him. So if somebody bumped him, turn around and want to start a fight with everybody and anybody for anything. And every time this would happen over and over and over. And I would have, after a little while, I was like, he'd say, come on, let's go out, let's go do something. I'd be like, I don't know, man, because I don't want to say anything to insult him. Like, you get a little rowdy and I don't, So after a while, my friend would say, what are you doing? And I'd say, well, me and Rich are going, I'm going to go hang out with Rich. He's like, you guys ain't going out, are you? So it wasn't just me, but I had to kind of put a damper on it and say, Rich, you get a little wild, man. And I don't, oh, you'll back me up. And I'm like, well,
yeah, I'm not too sure about that, man. Looking for trouble and shit,
Yeah, because I'd want to go out and just have some fun and have a laugh and whatever. And it's just the way that he would get really pissy, even with me. He did it with me a few times where he'd turn around and say something to me, and I'd say, "What?"
Yeah.
It's
there's nobody else to fight with. I'm going to fight with you. Yeah. And that's what I'm. And then I kind of asked Ryan. I was like, well, who gets to enjoy your company when you're not getting drunk and being online? acting like that? Who would you have been confrontational and shit with if that hadn't have been going on? You know? And that was great the way you asked. Would you, when you're down at the lodge, would you talk to your other Masons like that? Well, probably not.
Well, that's what I asked him that for, because I kind of figured that, but he said he would, and I was like, well, if that's what you say, then
well, there again, that was the alcohol answer in that.
Yeah,
that was the alcohol answer in that. Yes, I would. You know, 10 foot tall and bulletproof. You know,
right? That liquid courage, and like a strong wind would probably blow you over. So it's like, why would you even bother? You know, like, you're not really going to fight nobody. I could stick my finger on you and you'd fall over right now, man. There's, it's like,
right.
You got this false sense of security or whatever going on. So,
yeah. It wasn't, you know, I heard it today. I had to go out and get dog food and shit today and listen to the radio and Tequila Sunrise. There's this cool channel called The Bridge and they play like all kinds of music. I'm starting to like it pretty good. Anyway, we played that Tequila Sunrise song, you know, and then there's that part in there, take another shot of courage. And I'm like, yeah, there it is right there. That's that fucking liquid courage shit.
Yeah.
You know,
which is
a lot of people are, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's a shame too. I just want to say, because Ryan is a highly intelligent person.
Yeah.
And, you know, and it totally ruins it when you, like I kept saying last night, I was like, do you want that to be a representation of yourself? Do you want that to be the last thing people see of you? Because you have tons of knowledge and you're well versed. You know a lot about the law and other things too. So it's like,
but see, you don't understand. That's a gift that he's graciously given you. That's how he sees that.
Yeah,
that's how he sees it. That it's your privilege to be in his audience. Okay. Not that he's privileged to have you in his audience and to have a platform and that shit. It's all, and it's, I can relate. I've been there. It all comes down to, it's all about you. It's all about you, you know? And it's like, no, it's not, you know, just because that's your perspective is from your standpoint doesn't mean that you're the only perspective. That's what you have to understand. And it comes down to, and it's a cool practice and you have to do it a lot. And I try, finally it comes natural. It's like whatever situation you're in, just look at it from 3 different perspectives. Look at it from the other person, whoever you're talking to. And of course you see it from your own perspective. Look at it from the perspective of the person that you're talking to, and then look at it from a perspective of looking at the whole conversation. See, and then you can start to see it like that. And that's why I always said, you need to go back and watch that. That's what I told him. I said, you need to go back and watch it, but your ego won't let you do it because you know I'm right. And that's, I can relate to that too. You know, I don't want to hear about it. Just forget about it. We'll act like it never happened. That's what really goes on. We'll just act like it never happened and we'll continue on like nothing ever happened and shit. And it's like, no, that happened. You know, and that's what a lot of times the alcoholic does not understand that. No, that happened. So then what happens is you turn what you did around, you're the victim from it. You turn it around and say, oh, well, it was her fault or it was his fault, you know, that I acted that way. And if he hadn't have done this or she hadn't have done that, I wouldn't have said this or that or the other. It's like, no. When you've given up any of your rationality away, you're still responsible for your actions. You can't just get out of that. You know, you might be able to forget and move on, but are other people going to do it? Well, that's an individual choice. But I can say this, when you do that, when you overlook it and pretend like nothing ever happened and just go on and on and on, it's going to happen again. And the more you continue to go, oh, well, that never happened, just blow on by it, the more that behavior is going to continue. There's no consequence for it.
Yeah. Well, it's like that reference you make a lot of the time too is, you know, when you get pulled over, you know, was that the first time that you've ever drank, or was that just, you know, the first time you got caught, you know?
Right.
Most likely the first time you got caught. You never been checked before.
So, you just never got pulled over before. Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. because you've got pretty good odds. I'm not suggesting it. I mean, you got pretty good odds if you're one time drunk and you drive. You got pretty good odds if you kind of maintain yourself and everything and don't be too, crazy on the roads or whatever. You've got a chance to get home and not have been pulled over. Twice, your odds go down. 3 times, they go down even worse. If it ends up that a lot of times you're out there drinking and driving and shit, sooner or later, you're going to get fucking hit.
Yeah.
Sooner or later.
Yeah.
Now, there's people beat the law of averages, but on the whole, bam, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah. My friends and me, after I got my DUI, they joke around, telling jokes and stuff. And it was like, the only difference between me and you is that I got caught. You ain't been caught yet. That's the only difference between me and you. There's a lot of people out there that have, they just think that since they haven't been caught, that it can't happen to them. It's like, it can happen to anybody. I thought that before I got caught, like I'll never get caught. I'm too good. I know all the back roads, all that, you got all these tricks you want to tell yourself.
I drive better when I'm drunk.
Right.
You ever heard that one?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I've used it.
Yeah.
I lost friends because I quit drinking. Some of my friends made fun of me when, hey man, what are you going to have a drink? And I'm like, nah, I'm good. And they were like, what's up? What's up with this? And I was like, I just want to take a break. My break was going to be, semi-permanent. And I wasn't going to say that. But after a couple of times going and hanging out with this particular person, he would he'd start to poke at me, make fun of me.
Mm-hmm.
And one day I just said,
you're more fun when you're drunk, right?
I don't know. I mean,
no, I'm just saying that people say that. It's like, hey man, come on, just have a drink. You're more fun when you're drinking. It's that kind of thing.
It definitely brings down your inhibition. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, he razzed me. He razzed me. I mean, really made fun of me. And after a little while, I got sick of it. And I just said, hey man, I looked at my watch and said, hey, wow, that's right. I got a few things to do. I'll talk to you later. And I would call him once in a while. And I told him at one point, I said, dude, we're getting up there. He was older than me. I was my mid-30s and he was his upper 30s. I said, dude, we're getting kind of old to be doing this. And I kind of thought about it and said, you know what, I'm gonna shy off of that. And he didn't. And he lasted 10 more years. And I'm still here. We both grew up in the same town. We both pretty much ate the same food. We both had the same, DNA background. We're both Italians, this and that.
The thing about that too is that's a codependent relationship is what's going on there. Drinking buddies. And that'll happen when the one stops. It's because you were both using each other to justify your drinking. And it's sort of like, I'm not as bad as so-and-so. And he's going, I'm not as bad as so-and-so. It's kind of like where you'll find that the bars you go to become seedier and seedier as your alcoholism progresses, because you're still not as bad as the people that are in there. You see, you're better than the people that you're around. You haven't sunk that low. But there you are at the same bar with them.
I drank at the same place from pretty much 21 till I quit drinking. So I could be somewhere and somebody would walk by me and say, hey man, how's it going? And I think to myself, I don't even know this person. I don't even know them. It would be somebody from the bar that was seen me there for years and years. And I'd see him at the bar. I'd say, hey, what's up, man? How's it going? But I mean, I lost friends because of that.
OA has joined us. Hang on a second. OA has joined us. DeWitt Straight Laces. Good to see you as well. I think Marcy Chan came in here. We got Craig Young. Good to see everybody. Heron Song's here as well. And Andrew joined the panel. How are you tonight, Andrew?
Doing wonderful. And I'm just doing electrical work over at my grandparents' house again. But
you didn't do it right the first time. What's up?
No, it's just it's a lot. I only come over for a few hours per night when I come over. So it's a long process. The house was built in 1957. So yeah, it's got a lot of stuff. But anyways, in regards to alcohol, well, I've had a problem in the past with alcohol to the point where I was drinking like a 24 pack a night, sometimes more. Or
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was bad. And sometimes I would drink 2/5 of like vodka or whiskey, and it was getting to the point where I was out of control, and I knew it. So what I ended up doing was just going cold turkey on it, and that's when you get the shakes for about a week, and it fucking or 2 weeks, and it fucking
Yeah.
sucks.
I went through
And
the same thing.
yeah, and then, you lose family, you lose friends, you'll ruin relationships, and you also fuck up your health. I still drink right now, but I don't get drunk. I haven't been drunk in years, but I'll drink a couple IPAs or something like that. I just get feel that little warmth in you, and that's about it. I know I'm going to quit eventually. It's not easy to do because I think that alcohol is up there with like the synthetic nicotine, crack cocaine, meth, and heroin. It's the withdrawals that people go through is
Oh, man.
extraordinarily difficult.
Well, alcohol is, I believe, the only drug that you can actually die from the withdrawal. You won't even die from heroin withdrawal, but alcohol withdrawal you can die from.
Yeah, that's very true. And years ago, I was like back when I was heavy drinking, and that's when I started noticing like the shakes when I was waking up in the morning, and I was like, "Oh fuck, what's going on?" I didn't know what it was, what that was all about. So I had my VA benefits, so I went down to the and I said, "I have no idea what's going on." The first thing they asked me is, "Are you a heavy drinker?" And at that time, I was yes, like how much do you drink? And it was like at that time, a 12-pack or more per day. And they said, "Oh, when's the last time you drank?" I said, "I don't know, about 10 hours ago." And they said, "Yeah, that's why you're going through that." But they said there's a certain thing, a certain series of questions that the doctor is going to ask you. And one of them is, are you having seizures? Are you being blacked out? And there's another one too. Are you vomiting constantly? Like you can't hold down food? And are your bowel movements irregular? And okay, anyone that's drank before, you probably know your bowel movements are not going to be normal, even if you only drink one. Yeah, only if you drink once. But yeah, it's a weird thing because it's an epidemic in society. Because go back into the whole scamdemic situation in 2020. What did they allow open? Bars and liquor stores. Yeah. Bars and liquor stores. Restaurants that had bars, nope, they're closed. But no, bars were open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want you to have that shit. They really do. They make money off of it, but look at how just not even just through the sales, the tax of it. They make a lot of money. They make a lot of money off of the effects of it. Off of the DUIs, off of the domestic battery charges, off of the damaged property charges. The legal system gets into that shit all over the place. I mean, you go down, I'd have to say, if you went in and did a survey of people in prison or in jail, you would find out that alcohol is either directly or indirectly related to what they did to get in there.
That's actually very true, Dave, because when I was in jail, I'm not trying to deny it. I got into a fight with 3 people and I hurt 2 people, so I got an assault charge, 2 assault charges. And when I was in there, I was asking the COs, like what is the number one reason that people are locked up? And they said alcohol. Like that was like not crack or heroin or anything like that. They said no, it's alcohol.
They got a whole tank dedicated to it.
Yeah, the drug tank. Yeah.
I was lucky. I was never arrested. I never got caught drunk driving. I never hurt anybody. I got in a few fights, but it was other people who had a way worse attitude than I had, and I didn't have a choice.
But what do you guys think about how in I think it's the Catholic Church that will give out wine during their communions or something like that, and Jesus turned water into wine, apparently. So,
well, at the time of Jesus, wine wasn't like Night Train, it was it had a small alcohol base to it. I mean, of course, yes, you would get tipsy or drunk if you drank really a lot of it, but as far as its alcohol content, it was pretty tame, and it was safer than water. This is also why they came out with beer. The alcohol actually killed bacteria that was in the water. So you weren't as likely to get things like dysentery and shit like that through drinking of wine.
So what kind of wine did Jesus create then?
Well, the same type of weak wine that they were drinking on an everyday basis there. Anyways, now I'm sure that there were those that consumed a bunch, or that they also had the kind that was a little stronger. But as a rule, it wasn't like it was. They weren't drinking it to get drunk. It was a better alternative than water, because of like parasites and shit like that's in water.
Okay.
So that's you know why the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock?
Here we go. I have no idea.
No, this is for real. They ran out of beer. That's why they made landfall, because they ran out of beer.
How were they going to make beer then?
They had to get some kind of grains or something from the where they were at. In other words, there was nothing else. They didn't have water. They traveled carrying beer because it was safer than barrels of water. Yeah, that's no shit. Yeah,
I remember what the pirates would do. I've seen a lot of these pirate movies, and they say, "Oh yeah, like if they fuck up in these movies, the pirate movies, they're like, oh yeah, your whiskey rations have been removed from you for the day because of whatever else."
Mm-hmm.
And also in the Navy, because I was in the Navy,
rum rations.
No, they call it beer on the pier, or I forget what they call it. They do it on the flight deck. As soon as you pull up into a pier area, you can just line up, and you can, as long as you're in line, you can like just be double fisting beers, and then just get right back into the line and get it. And it was all free beer. And then, I forget what it's called when you're on the flight deck doing it. Anyways, everyone was allowed 2 beers, and that was only allowed if you were out at sea for 45 days straight, with no days off, and then they would call it a steel beach picnic, where they'd bring out barbecues and like just make food for everyone, like hot dogs, hamburgers, just a typical barbecue. And then they would give you, and they were only giving us Bud Light. Like that's all they ever fucking had. So a lot of people that didn't drink, they're like, oh yeah, I'll sell you my beers, $20 a piece. And they sold out fast. I didn't have to do that though. Some people just gave me their beers, but yeah, I mean, it's just like, some people enjoy drinking. Some people cannot drink because what's that thing called where like a lot of Native Americans, they'll drink alcohol and it makes their skin change color. I forget what it's called. Jaundice. Yeah, jaundice.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That's from liver damage. That comes from liver damage.
Yeah, something like that.
Fucking shit kills your liver. Now your liver filters about half of the alcohol that you drink, you see. And so people, they get used to being able to drink a certain amount, and there's these like college kids and high school kids that have gone, oh, look at this, you get buzzed quicker, and they're doing these alcohol and beer enemas. Okay. And they get fucked up hard, but it'll kill them because you bypassed your liver. You're getting twice as much alcohol in your system than you would be used to from drinking it. And it ends up they kill them.
I think they call that boofering or something like that.
Man, who comes up with this shit, man?
I don't know.
Like, God. Hey, remember when South Park was putting food up their butt and crapping out their mouth? Maybe we can do that with liquor. Okay.
They call it butt chugging, man. That's what I've heard it called.
Oh man,
butt chug. Yeah.
All right, so there's.
Yeah.
Remember little Mikey on the Life commercial that he'd try anything?
He likes it. He likes it.
Yeah, they tried that shit. He's the one they try that shit out on. Hey, I wonder what would happen if we stuffed beer up our ass. I don't know. Let's get Mikey. Mikey will do anything.
Ask Mikey. He likes it.
Mikey likes it. Yes. Okay.
So I forget which comedian it was. Oh, I'll think of it in a moment. But he was doing a stand-up special, and he was just talking about, oh yeah, about diseases. He's like, oh yeah, my uncle has a disease, and he would go to he's an alcoholic. He's like, yeah, he would go to a bar every single night, and one day he met someone that had bowel cancer. Screeching. Oh, it was Norm Macdonald that did that. So it's super fucking funny if you want to put it up, and because I'm going to butcher it, but not as good as he can do it. And he's like, oh wow, so what are your symptoms? And these screeching, howling, just wreckful pains, 24 hours a day. I have to take painkillers all the time, and I shit blood constantly. And then he's like, oh well, what kind of disease do you have? He's like, oh well, I'm an alcoholic. He's like, oh, what are your symptoms? He's like, well, I go to bars and I meet people with my other same disease, and we go home and fuck each other. So it's kind of true, but it's, again, I didn't get the punchline correct, but he does it much better than me. But it's very true. I can't even count how many women that I fucked only because I was drunk and she was drunk. This was in my early 20s, by the way, back, military days, over 2 decades ago. But it's true. It's where a lot of people, and those don't like worthful relationships. Those end pretty quick if they even start at all.
Yeah, it's terrible what ends up from it, and part of that, and this is what it is that these demons, they feed on low vibrational human emotional energy, anger, fear, frustration, all of your low level vibes, right? And it's not just from the person that's consuming the alcohol. They're the catalyst to farm more, because you've got the situations that revolve around the drinking, whether it be the lost jobs, the neglected kid, the abused wife, what have you, the DUI, whatever that comes about. Then there's all the ramifications that affect those around the alcoholic as a result, and so they get to feed off of that as well. So it's like a big, huge, evil farming exercise. And like we already pointed out, the majority of people that are in the jail, their alcohol is either directly or indirectly related to the reason that they're in there.
Yeah, I met crackheads. I met meth addicts. I met people that were, breaking and entering, things like that. And the COs were telling me it's like between 70 and 80%. And it may not necessarily have been like, oh, they were drunk and they crashed into a fucking school bus or something. No, it was like the alcohol, as you said, was the catalyst for it, for whatever happened afterward. Because if they weren't drunk, that wouldn't have happened, or most likely it wouldn't.
Well, I can tell you this: alcohol ended my first marriage. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I just started drinking on the weekends, and it led to drinking every other day, and I would never get home and never took care of anything that I needed to, and my relationship deteriorated, and the next thing you know, I'm in divorce court. There was nothing else to the catalyst. It was the alcohol, man. It just started out with a couple of drinks at work with guys on the weekend. They had a barbecue, and then we're going to go out to the bar after that, and then it's all downhill from there, dude. Yeah.
Well, if you can control it, like my parents, the entire time I was growing up, I would see them drinking wine once in a while, like a glass of wine before bed, red wine or something, and then from there, all the way through until I got out of the military. Then all of a sudden, and they were both retired at that point, semi-retired, and all of a sudden they're like, "Yeah, we're fucking retired. Now we can enjoy fucking red wine more often." And when they go play cards every fucking night, they're like, "Oh yeah, no problem." But they're in their mid to late 70s now, so I mean, fucking do whatever you want. I'm not control them, as long as they can control it. I mean, and they are. But yeah, it's just one of those things that. Here, another quick little story. I have 2 different places I've never been to, but I drove past them. When I was on my way to work one day, I had to go, and it was a pretty regular route, and I would drive by the Philip Morris cigarette factory. which is massive. It's like the size of like 3 super Walmarts. It's fucking huge. And they have literal armed security out there with like AR-15s or whatever it was they were carrying. And there were like 2 of them, like at the front gate, like barbed wire everywhere. I was like, wow, that's interesting. It's a fucking cigarette factory. And then I drove by the what's it called? The main one for the fucking that makes all the other beers. Anheuser-Busch.
Anheuser-Busch, yeah.
Yeah, I drove by that same fucking thing.
Yeah.
And I forget what state that was.
Probably
It might have been Virginia, but
it might have been. I'm not sure if that's here or not. It ain't out this way. You can't let these people have alcohol here.
Well, yeah, the Philip Morris one is in Richmond.
Yeah. No, there is a little brewery right here in town somewhere, just a couple miles from here, but it just opened up. But for the most part, bars don't do well here. This town used to be really, really rough, like back in the early 60s, late 50s. There was, I think, 4 bars right here in this little town, and we don't even have a stoplight. Okay, it's that, and fights and shit every weekend, all the time, just a problem. And over years, there ain't a single bar here, except for, I guess, if you go to the Mimsland, they got a bar there, but that's not like a place where you're going to go and sit and get drunk and shit. It's not like a regular working man bar. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
So they just don't have that here. Most people drink at home if they drink.
Well, there's a lot of bars also that, like, there's cop bars. It's like, oh yeah, this is like the bar that all the cops go to when they get off duty, and it because there's like 5 cop bars out there.
It's a gay cop bar called the Nightstick.
The Blue Oyster.
There it is. Hey Bruce, you want to go to the Nightstick after duty tonight? Okay.
So my last question, and I'm going to go on mute because I have to start actually grabbing my tools out of my car.
You gotta do stuff, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I work 70 hours a week, but what do you guys think about prohibition? And that's my question.
Oh, I'm against it.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, I'm against it. Because there again, if that's your free choice, and there are people that can have a drink and not be drinking. You know what I'm saying? There are people out there that are, myself, I look at it like it's a fucking allergy. I break out in jail cells. I just can't, it's going to go, and I'm not going to just have one. What the fuck good is that? I'm going to drink till I'm drunk or it's gone or both. That's just all there is to it. That's the other type, and that's how it is. I remember one time I went to a friend of mine's house. He goes, "You want a beer?" I says, "Yeah." And he opened up the cupboard and he's got this bottle of Jack Daniels sitting up there in the cupboard. And I said, "Dude, you got Jack?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I've had that since Christmas." And I'm thinking, this is blowing my mind. I'm like, how in the fuck could you have a bottle of Jack Daniels and not know or forget about it since Christmas? Because this is like August. And I'm like, how does that happen? But there are people that are like that. I'm not one of them. Okay. It still doesn't make those people immune to the negative things that occur from the consumption of spirits. It just doesn't allow the demons to get as hard of an anchor on them as they do. Because look, it takes several weeks for you to get back to normal physiologically, even from one night of drinking. You might think, yeah, I drank this last Friday, man, I got really fucked up, but it's Monday now and that's over. That's in the past. No, you got about another 2.5 to 3 weeks before that shit's out of you completely and all the effects are rectified. People don't realize that. They've still got a hold of you. Even though you're not feeling the intoxicated effects, they still have a hold of you. That's why I say this alcohol is a spiritual thing, first and foremost. People don't understand that. It is a spiritual thing first and foremost. And it is willing participation in possession. And people are not the wiser of it. That's why I've said before, I think when somebody goes into full-fledged blackout, that's complete, total takeover. Word your conscience.
To answer Andrew's question, prohibition was a bad thing for my family. I've lost family members due to prohibition, due to the federal government coming for them, man. And they
I had a family member got rich from it, though, because he was helping to bootleg shit over from Canada. He built himself a nice little cabin up in northern Michigan, had artesian wells on it and shit. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, the government has no right, look, to tell you what you can and cannot ingest into your body. There again, it goes right back to last night's discussion, free will. I fully know that methamphetamines would fuck me up and destroy my life. Okay. I also have the free will that I could go out there and find it pretty easy and get some. I wouldn't be sure. I'd have to have somebody make sure it's what it was, because I wouldn't know it if it was right in front of me, to tell you the truth. But the point being that I know what the results of that are, and I can freely choose whether or not I want to embrace those results. Now, the ego will tell me that I'm not like you. I can handle it. That's what the ego will do for you. It'll go, I'm not like you. I'm special. You're one of them. I'm me. You see, that's the attitude you develop. And it turns out that you were just like them. Okay? Because nobody, have you ever seen a successful meth user? Anybody that successfully uses meth over long periods of time? No, nobody ever sees that. You know, what is the result of that? Well, they turn into a skinny, twitching mess with their teeth rotted out. That's the results that I've seen. Is it any different from anyone else that thought that they were different? No, still turned out the same way. And I can go to an AA meeting and hear 50 different stories and relate to each one of them in one way or another, because the stories are all the fucking same. It's just different characters. And that's what amazes me.
But they have a clean house, I promise you.
No, I mean, and that's the sad thing. And you've got the functional alcoholic too. One, you know, and I've run across those, but they just cannot not drink. That's all. And that's a problem. I mean, when I finally shit canned my habit, man, it was like a rebirth for me, because it was like I'd already been struggling along for about a year, and going to AA twice, 3 times a week, really keeping a handle on it, you know. But there again, it was sort of like I was going, and even though I wasn't drinking, I was still focused on it. And I was in a room of people that were still carrying demons with them. So it ends up that people in there, they're not spiritually prepared. And they go into these meetings and all they're doing is just swapping demons around, because they didn't spiritually prepare themselves enough for this. Because one of the things alcoholic will start to reject immediately is the idea of a higher power that is greater than you. A lot of people want to have one that's equal to them. Well, that's your ego. That's not going to work for you, because you get in there to an AA meeting, and the first thing that the step that they tell you, it says that we admitted that we were powerless over alcohol and that our lives had become unmanageable. And it's like, well, no shit, Sherlock. That's why you're at a fucking AA meeting. Whether the court made you go or not, you're here, and alcohol was the reason you're here. Maybe you ought to listen, right? So there,
I had a friend who had problems, and he asked me, I tried to play the support role. I had problems myself, but not as great as he did. And I said, come on, man, I'll go to he said, I got to go to this meeting. I said, come on, I'll go with you. And he was like, really? I said, yeah, come on, I'll go with you. And I went to one meeting with him. I sat through the whole thing. And I thought to myself, I have no problems compared to all the people in here. Right. That's what turned me to quit, because I saw how bad all these people were. Way worse, like stealing and and falling in the street and getting arrested and hearing all the stories. And I was just like, whoa, it took one meeting. That was
well,
it.
there's one little word in what you think that is most important. You'll say, I'm not that bad yet. I'm not that bad yet. Wait, that yet? What do you mean? Wait, are you going to wait until you get that bad before you decide to do something about it? Really? How about little preventive maintenance? Don't have to get to that because you're already seeing that you recognize the pattern. You're relating. You know where these people are at, and you know that it's just an easy hop, skip, and a jump for you to be there. Yeah, that should be enough.
I got to the bad point where I would map my way home where there weren't any cops, and I had a route.
I have no regrets doing it. I think I did it at the perfect time. I had my fun, and I had the good times that nothing bad, and it was memories. But I think I did it at the perfect time. I did it where I didn't go too far in, but I had friends that I had to be friendly with, that I had to sit there and watch continue on. It was hard. It was hard to do. It's hard to sit and watch somebody else going through the same thing that I was going through. And if I was to say something, hey man, maybe you should chill out. I would get criticism for it. So I just said, okay, okay, yeah, oh yeah.
Craig Young says it doesn't work for me. I've accepted a higher power. Ultimately, I don't want to stop or can't. You just haven't had your ass kicked hard enough yet. Obviously, it'll get there yet. You haven't had your ass kicked yet, hard enough yet. Listen, I'm telling you, man. If you and you can only do it for yourself. I mean, if you're exactly how you want to be and you're happy with it, then by all means, go right ahead. I'm not here to change anybody's happiness or make them diminish their happiness. But if you recognize that you have a problem, and like I said, whether the judge made you go because you got a DUI or a drunk in public, or whether you went there just because you was sick and tired of being sick and tired, you're at the AA meeting for a reason. But then they get to that second step, and this is where the ego fight starts at right there. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves, not equal to, a power greater than ourselves, like God, could restore us to sanity. That's all the second step says. But it's powerful because the ego takes that as, wait a minute. I already said I was powerless. That hurt bad enough. But now you're saying that there's a power higher than, now you're wanting to bring God into it. What is this going to be, religion and shit? And it's like, no, man, spirituality. It's the spiritual aspect of it. Do you believe in a creator, a supreme being? Yes, you do. Embrace it and ask it for help. Embrace it and ask it for help. You'd be surprised it works. But you have to be willing to do it for yourself. You have to be willing to do it. God's not going to do the work for you. And there's a lot of, the rest of it's like maintenance and bridge repair. It's maintenance and bridge repair. Made a list of all people that we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. Made amends to such people whenever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. In other words, go back, humble yourself, and face what you've done and apologize for it. They may not accept it. They may tell you, get the fuck off my porch. But nevertheless, that's for you. That's for you. You'd be surprised how powerful it is. That's where the whole idea of confession comes from.
I got
unburdening yourself.
Persuade him. My stepfather, Paul Hagee, he drank and he decided he was going to quit. But he's been drinking for probably 30 years at least. And he went cold turkey and his body shut down. He went into a seizure. And then within a week, he went into a coma, didn't recover. When he got done recovering, he was a vegetable who couldn't hold his bowels in anymore. And eventually he just went sepsis and then died. My mother had to take care of him for 10 years as in-home care because alcohol. I mean, there's nothing I've ever seen good come out of it. Ever.
No. Mm-mm. No, it's always bad situations occur. That's why do you think Friday night's one of the biggest nights for cops? It's everybody just got paid. The whole tradition is to go off to the bar, get a snoot full, get fucked up, blah, 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 right? Man, jail cells are full on Friday nights, man. I know that from experience.
What's the old saying? Nothing good happens after midnight. You know, it's like
right.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you see, this is the thing, and that's what I found really interesting is because people they shun that second step. They don't like it, and the opening. See, it's not heartfelt. They open the thing saying the Lord's Prayer, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." I can't, right? Go through the whole thing, but it's not heartfelt. It's just a poem, they're saying, basically. And they're not really trusting in the meaning of it. And prayer is only effective with true intention. And even the serenity prayer, which is beautiful. It's sort of like, if you can't do shit about it, let it fucking go. That's what basically the serenity prayer says. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So if you can do something about it, do it. Nut up and do it. If you can't, and it's just you're bitching and moaning about something that ain't nothing you can do about, let it go. It's not your fucking problem. And learn to know which things you can do stuff about and what stuff you can't. It takes away so much. People get worried about so much shit that, well, what could happen? What might happen? This is how the news gets you and keeps you in a fucking thing of fear. Oh, be careful. The Russians might nuke us. The Chinese are going to invade us. Oh, the government's going to put you on lockdown. Oh, there's an asteroid the size of 33 sheep coming toward the earth. You know, it's just all this fucking bullshit to keep you what might happen, what could happen. And at the end of the day, it's like you turn off the news. Forget it. It doesn't matter. It ain't nothing you can do about it. If there was a fucking meteor the size of 33 sheep, what the fuck can you do about it? Nothing.
So, my grandmother and grandfather's house that I'm in right now, they've both passed away. And, you know, good late lives. So, and by the way, she chain smoked like a pack of cigarettes every single day since she was like 26. It was it was fucking a lot. She didn't die from lung cancer. She died from an iron deficiency. But and she had a lot of other health conditions that were occurring at the same time as well, as you get older, obviously. But my grandfather, well, the doctor actually said this. And he said, try drinking a glass of wine, you know, like a 6 to 8 ounce glass of red wine, like high quality red wine, about 3 times per week. And I don't fully comprehend exactly why that, like the medical reason behind that. And
resveratrol.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah, from the grapes.
And my grandma, she hated drinking because my grandfather, my grandmother got divorced from my grandfather who had jaundice, and then like he got hit and killed while he was on his bicycle. I never got to meet him. And my grandmother was like, yeah, after that she would never drink again. But later on she remarried to my, what do you call it, a step grandfather, so, whatever you call it. And he was trying to keep her alive for as long as possible because he loved her. And I considered him my grandfather, even though there was no blood relation. And I don't know how much that actually affected her health benefits, but it was an actual doctor that said that. So I'm just a little curious about what you guys think about that.
My mom.
Go ahead.
My mom Bailey, sorry, my mom would get together with my aunts sometime and drink my uncle. My uncle would make homemade wine. My Italian uncle from Italy, he would make wine, homemade wine on the holidays. They would go down to my aunt's house and get a little tipsy on the wine. That's as far as my dad would occasionally drink a cold beer, and that's about it. He told me a story once when he was in the Navy. about this guy from the Carolinas who used to go around and buy everybody's Old Spice and make booze out of it on the ship.
Man,
Shit, I talked to guys that said they'd strained out sterno to get drunk. Listen, there's no limit. Some people just have a long, like, a lot of people when they hear the word alcoholic, the vision that comes to the mind is the Skid Row bum with the brown paper bag and shit sitting in an alley, right? No, those are survivors. Those are the survivors. Most alcoholics don't ever live long enough to get to that point. They step in front of a bus or fall off of a subway platform or end up somebody stabbing them for mouthing off and shit in a bar or wreck their car. I mean, yeah. Those guys that you see in the Skid Row alley with the brown paper bag, those are the survivors, baby. You can only imagine the shit they've been through already.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Oh, okay. Real quick. When it comes to, like, there's the 3 different types of alcohol, which is, beer, wine, and hard liquor.
Mm-hmm.
And even though I used to like Bill Cosby a lot until that whole thing happened, he did a stand-up comedy about the 3 different types of alcoholics. And I can't remember the exact way that it is, but like one of them, like if you're drinking beer, then you just start to get
Yeah.
like something like that. And then if they're a wino, it seems like one of their legs weighs a lot more than the other one.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I forget how he mentioned the people that drink like whiskey and vodka and whatnot, but it's something along that. But I think it's kind of true because I've seen this. I've been in plenty of bars, and I'm sure you guys have done the exact same thing. Like just observing people that come to the bar a little bit late, and all of a sudden everyone's hammered, and you're like, you get to observe everyone while you're still sober.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Turns out all 3 were his victims. Oh, I'm just
well, South Park actually talked about that situation, and they called it a hot Cosby. That's
you forgot
whatever
the
he was
4th
putting
pudding
in there.
pops.
Yeah.
That
Anyways.
was such a blow to people because he was such a family-oriented comedian and everything, In fact, didn't he actually call up Eddie Murphy and give him a bunch of shit for
swearing
and shit so much on stage and everything? And
I don't recall
Eddie Murphy Eddie Murphy did a bid on it, and and Eddie Murphy did a great Cosby impersonation. And that man was talented,
Mr.
Eddie
Robinson.
Oh my God, yes, I love that. But yeah, I mean, just about everything I was, that dude used to crack me up. I can remember I was down at Fort Gordon, Georgia, when what was the one he had that album came out, and it was the one where he talks about his dad being drunk at the barbecue.
Was that Delirious? I can't remember.
It might have been. He'd go, "Your wife's a fucking Bigfoot, Gus."
Yeah.
And I remember we were sitting out drinking beer at the picnic table, listening to that fucking tape. And we were all just like rolling on the fucking ground, laughing our asses off at that because it was just so funny. It was just so funny. And then all of a sudden, boom, he's gone. He was hitting it big too. Remember, he was that movie. You ever saw Harlem Nights?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I love that movie. That is hilarious. Della Reese, you shot my fucking pinky toe, you son of a.
One of the funniest skits that he ever did, or little bits that he did, he said that him and his brother thought that their names were Jesus and Christ.
Yeah.
Because his dad would be all like, he'd step outside of the door like, Jesus Christ, get the fuck back in here. Or no, I don't think he was swearing, but
You still in there, Jesus Christ?
yeah, it's like,
Hey, Jesus Christ, you still in there?
Yeah, something like that.
We had I had the Bill Cosby vinyl record, the one when he does Fat Albert's first car, and
oh yeah,
and oh man, there's one when he does it in Vegas. It's the funniest bit ever when he's in Vegas and he's saying to the people, he said, we can do this. And people start laughing because they don't know what the hell he's talking about. He says, we can do it if we march on the casino. And people start cheering, and he goes, are you with me? And everyone's like, yeah. And he goes, all right, now, he said, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to divvy up the chips by the color of everybody here. And everyone's like, because the color of the chips, the black chips. So he's like, hey, no fair painting yourself. And he said, no, we're going to run out of here. I'm going to get behind you. So that way, when we turn around, I'll be in front. One of the best gimmicks ever, because think about it. He's in a casino telling people, okay, we're going to do it. We're going to march on the casino.
Yeah, I used to have, I think, just about every one of his vinyl records when I was a kid. They were funny. The one with Noah, God talking to Noah, that one's hilarious as shit, man. He says there's Noah just working along in his shop doing his thing, Woopa, woopa, woopa. He's, bing, Noah. He's like, who said that? It's the Lord. He's like, yeah, right. Who is that really? Am I on candid camera? Then he kept going, yeah, right. He said, I want you to build an ark. He says, a what? He said, I want you to build an ark. I want you to build it such and such a cubits by such and such a cubits, blah, blah, blah. He goes, right. What's an ark? And then when he was complaining about it, he says, you guys, you got me with all these animals in here. He says, you know who has to clean up for that?
Yeah, I listened to that record, that Bill Cosby record, to the point where I wore the record out. I love that record.
But that one was, to my brother Russell, whom I slept with. That one, I could relate to that. Me and my little brother, man, would be in there, and it's like, he said, "Oh no, you quit making all that noise. Because get off my side of the bed." He says, "Your pajamas is touching my side. No, you stop." And then they start fighting, and then the dad comes down the hall, opens the door, and he's like, "What's going on in here?" He's nothing. He's like, oh, trying to keep out of the trouble. And he says, my dad had a belt that was 9 feet long, 8 feet wide, and had hooks in it to rip the meat from your body. And I was like, you can imagine this whole thing, because they keep, trying to pester each other and not make no noise and shit. And the dad comes in there going to whoop their ass because they start jumping on the bed and shit. I guess you have to be there. Anyway, the topic. Yeah, back to the topic. We're on Bill Cosby here. Well, alcohol and drugs got him where he was at too.
Yeah. All my friends are gone, man.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, all my friends are gone. I've only got 2 left out of all the people I hung out with when I was a kid. Wow. One of them lives he lives in Asia. He's retired, retired. And my other friend has got some mental problems. He's bipolar. And he's real difficult to be around. So I talked to him.
God, they really fucking people up with that shit that they give them. And I believe that a lot of that's a nutritional problem anyways. This bipolar bullshit. I think it's because, it's like, wait a second.
He's up, he's down, he's up, he's down, he's up, he's
down.
It's like
was it because my Prozac levels were too low and I had to take this? What? They said, well, your chemistry, your brain is out of sync. And it's like, well, I don't remember you doing any fucking tests on my brain chemistry, but you're ready to already prescribe me a pill for it? What the fuck? So obviously there's something in nature that I'm lacking that I'm not getting. What is it?
I could talk to him today and he would be so happy to talk to me. Yeah, man, it's good to talk to you. And I said, yeah, I'll give you a ring a couple of days. And I could call him 2 days from now. And he would literally want to start a fight with me on the phone just so he could laugh by starting a fight. And it's like, what is wrong? But I try to hold myself so I don't say anything. You know what I mean? So I just say, okay, man, hey, it was nice talking. I'll talk to you later on. And which probably is just as worse, just as bad. But, I can only take so much of that before it starts to affect me.
Sure.
And that's when I'm like, no, I'm out. If I call him and he answers me a certain way, I know that he's not in a good way. And I just say, oh, geez, something come up, man. Let me bring you back. I'll talk to you another day. That's how I do it.
Yeah, this is
Your Prozac levels are low. That's why you got to go
Yeah.
get to the Prozac tree and get some more, right?
Right. It's like, wait a second, you didn't even do any tests on me to determine any of that. You're just ready to give me some fucking pill. That's
He's got
scary.
people in his family. He's got people in his family that have the same problem too. His brother.
Well, that would be indicative of a familial trend in food. Trend in food. Okay, so like they tried to float this idea that there was a fat gene out there. And it's like, no, what happens is people take on the eating habits of their family. So, you know, when the little girl grows up and shit, she's going to cook and make the same damn stuff that her mother did. She's going to feed the same shit to her kids. The same thing's going to cycle on through generationally. It's not nothing to do with your genes. It has to do with the behavior.
The food pyramid did no favors. And, you
No,
know, they push that
was
on everybody, like, oh, you need to eat bread and cereal. And all that.
You know that was on purpose. That was on
just
purpose.
like alcohol. You know, it's all on purpose.
Do you remember when C. Everett Koop used to come on TV and tell you about smoking cigarettes and drinking?
Yeah.
The guy with the beard.
Funny looking dude to me.
But a sicker population is easier to control, is it not? I mean, that's the whole idea.
Well, easier to conquer as well, too. If
That
you make
too,
your
yeah.
enemy fat, stupid, and lazy, it's not any problem to overrun them. And believe you me, we are the enemy as far as the control system is concerned, especially now with a lot of people waking up and understand, you know, what's going on in reality. You know, the more that people are noticing shit and realizing that they've been lied to and that where they live is not what they were told. I think today, another one that I've seen big on today was a lot of posts about the USS Liberty. That was today.
Yeah, it was an anniversary.
Yeah.
That was intentional all the way.
Of course it was. Of course
100%.
it was. And they'll say you're an anti-Semite if you bring it up. What? That's
Did
insane.
you know that North Korea captured a U.S. ship in the 50s and they still have it to this day? Yeah. I forget what it was called, but you can literally take tours onto it and walk around it.
I'll be right back. I gotta go pee. You guys talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think I want to say Ironworks Vlad did a stream on that today. So if anybody wants to check that out, it was a little short stream. I only caught about half of it, but I need to finish it up later.
Somebody told me about it about 20 years ago. They told me about that. And I looked at them like, what are you, nuts?
Drop a link, but go ahead.
Somebody told me about 20 years ago, and I was kind of looking at him like, I think this guy's crazy. Maybe it's just a mistake. But, you know, as the years have gone on, when you're strafing lifeboats, that's not a mistake. You know, when you're throwing phosphorus at stuff, that means you mean business.
Yeah.
You know, that was intentional.
But there's been many of those things that have been intentional. That's another thing, you know, that our lovely government's done. All these different little operations that they've held over the years to, you know, to destroy young men and women and, you know, across the globe. Just kidding. But
across the globe. The globe.
I had a discussion one time with that kid, my friend I was talking about, and he seemed like he was in a pretty good mood. We were talking about some stuff. He said, "Hey man, did you see that flat earth stuff?" He said, "That's fucking crazy." And I said, "Well, what's so crazy about it?" And we started to talk about it. And he got to the point where I was actually answering the things that he was kind of talking to me about. Nice. And he started getting really pissed off at me about it. "Oh, you're one of those kooks?" And I said, "No, what do you mean?" I said, "Dude," I said, I'm not either or. I said, "But it doesn't hurt to take information and just store it in your head. You never know. Shit might change down the line. And all of a sudden you might know, something might reference to that." Mm-hmm. And he got angry at me. Literally got pissed off at me and got to the point and just said, "Well, what does it matter?" And I thought to myself, wait a minute, what, do you love people lying to you? And he said, "Well, what does it matter? It doesn't change my miserable life." And I thought to myself, "Dennis, just quit now. Just quit now." So I did. I just cut it off because I realized that this might not be something that he's not mentally able to deal with. So I had to just cut it off like quick.
It's interesting that he said that. What's it matter? My life will still be miserable. Well, that's true because that's your choice. Okay. But something happens when you realize the creation that you live on and that God is not some infinite distance away, that he's right there. And that's what they've been hiding. And you realize that you're actually here for a purpose. You're here with reason. You were created. This place was made for you. And you realize that really takes a lot of that miserable life shit out of it, because the only reason it's miserable is because you make it miserable.
Yeah.
You know, that's 99% of a person's problems are their own creation.
I told him one time, I said, listen, if you really want to understand this, you got to take step one. I said, go and spend 15 minutes on the internet. It doesn't take much. He's at an eye doctor. I said, call your eye doctor and ask him when you go to your appointment. Ask him how your eye works. How do we see? When things are coming at us, when things are going on top of us, when things are going behind us, what happens in our vision? And he said, oh, I already know. I don't need to look. And I realized right there that if you can't even just pull information in just to say, okay, this isn't going to hurt anybody, let me look this up for a couple of minutes. I said, come back and talk to me. I said, but you have to understand how your eye works. And he had already shit all over anything I said. So I just said, well, then I don't want to talk about it anymore, because I realized that this is just going to end up in fights all the time. So I just said, that's it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's the last time we talked about it. But he's really into like Star Trek and Star Wars, and he's into this whole space thing, this whole space fantasy bullshit. And I'm not. I mean, I've watched that stuff and it's entertaining, but I take it as like it's not real. It's fantasy land. Yeah.
You can watch the Narnia movie too and be into that whole series and everything. It doesn't mean that it's real. There's all kinds of things like that people are into, but that idea that, the infinite possibility of all these different types of aliens and, traveling amongst the stars, and they don't stop to think of the bullshit that they've been told. You realize you'd never reach any of those fucking stars. Yeah. Not in your lifetime, even at the speed of light.
He thinks we're moving. He thinks we're spinning. He thinks we're moving ahead. We're 4X, the whole deal. And I thought, my God, he's a glober. So I just said, that's it. I can't.
We all were once. So.
Yeah. But I mean, you would think that somebody he's smart. He's not, but you would think that somebody would just, when somebody tells me something, I don't shit on it immediately. I kind of store it in my head. And then when I think about it, I say, you know what, I'm going to look that up, or I'm going to go do some reading on it. I don't shit on it because somebody said it. But what I do is I kind of store it in my head. And then when things change, things are changing all the time. Something might reference you to that point, that what somebody was talking about. Yeah. So, I store stuff, but I don't either shit on it or say it's, push it up to the grail, to the holy grail. And he can't, for some weird reason, he can't do that. If it comes out of my mouth, it's shit immediately. That's kind of the feeling that I get. So I just cut it off. I just said, that's it. We're not talking about this subject anymore. Because I just don't think that he wants to understand it. And that's why he just immediately crapped all over. And he would intentionally just say shit just to get me going. And I was like, fuck this. I'm not getting an argument about it.
Not engaging.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people want to live comfortably, they don't want to break any relationships or step on anybody's feet, but sometimes that's where you got to run things through a filter, deductive reasoning, man. You got to kind of look at things from every angle, but some people don't really want to go through those steps.
Yeah.
That's how I usually approach it. And somebody says, well, you think the earth is flat? And I'm like, well, of course. What else would it be? Like what? So what? Yes, of course it is. Look, I'm observing it. I don't see a globe. I don't see any indication of a globe. You feel like you're moving? No. then, well, have you bothered to check? Well, what about this observation would make me have to check anything? What is it I'm checking? Because some clown came along and told me that it was a globe? You're gonna get me chasing the tail over your claim? Fuck you. You prove that you got a ball. You made the claim. I don't witness that. I don't experience movement in 5 different directions at phenomenal rates of speed that are incomprehensible. I don't witness any convexity. I see level water. In fact, in my job, I work with level all the fucking time. No curves. So why would I, you'd have to come up with proof for that. That's a ridiculous thing. And the thing what's so funny is people act like something that makes sense like that is ridiculous and crazy while simultaneously believing that they're on this ball.
Yeah, which is more crazy.
Around, which is fucking crazy. It's like inverted. Completely inverted. So I just I treat it like the other way. I'm like, well, of course it's flat.
Yeah.
What else would it be?
Yeah. I spend 6 days a week in a boat every day. 6 days a week. Monday through Saturday on a boat, 16 to 20. I was on a fishing boat every day. And yeah, we my boss didn't use any of the electronic shit. He was old school, so he had the old school compass and the ball and the fluid. He did everything by writing down the degrees on where he was. He used a map. He had these cool little tools and stuff. I forget what they were called, but we would go about 6 miles out from the shore, which is not a lot, but it is when you're in a wood boat from 1970. Scary. But I thought to myself, man, I was on a boat every day. I the boat never tilted forward. Like, oh geez, let me lean myself back to compensate for the fucking Earth's globe.
Yeah, pretty soon.
Never ever.
As soon as we get to the horizon, it's all downhill, right?
I mean, even at 5 miles, what would the drop be at 5 miles? It'd be a decent amount of feet. I mean, if you were standing on a flat deck and the front of the boat was, the bow of the boat was nosing down, well, I'd have to lean backwards to stand straight up. Otherwise I'd fall forward on my face.
Well, that'd be 200 inches. How much is 200 inches? That's way over 10 feet.
I mentioned these things and I get shit on, so I just said, okay,
right? 5 miles, 5 times 5, 25 times 8, be 200.
Yeah,
so 200 inches, minus, not compensating for eye height, but yeah. But see, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing, D-Man. Once you get to the horizon, it's all downhill.
Yeah, exactly. It's the boat disappears because it's curving down. The bow is nosing down, and I was on that boat every day.
Well, there's the trick. There's the trick is trying to get to the horizon. It's like chasing a rainbow.
Yeah. What do they? I'm sorry. What do they say your eyes can see? It's about 3 miles roughly before you see the horizon with your bare eye.
Yeah. Yeah. Roughly. They hijacked human eyesight and then called it Earth curve.
Yeah, and they modeled it to your eye. That's why I was telling my friend, all you got to do is go find out how your eye works, how you see things.
Yeah.
I said, and if you can just take that first step, then everything else after that is easy. The stuff after that's easy. It's perspective. But I already know how. We don't see. He said we don't see like a fish when we don't have fish eye. And I was like, okay, yeah, we're not going to talk about this anymore.
Your eyes aren't round like fishes. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're actually looking through a curved lens.
Yeah.
That's
why when you see in the same distance at any angle you look at, you're seeing it the same distance. Your eyesight only goes so far, and you can't even take the first step. Then there's no point of even trying to explain perspective or any other thing or what the sun's doing. You're going to end up getting some guy telling you that the sun is bouncing up and down and landing into the sea, and I'm all set.
Well, it's amazing. The eye is really just that right there. That's why I often say that the miracle is when you open your eyes. And it truly is the first thing in the morning, just the fact that all of this is here. and you can see it and differentiate it. I mean, there's the wow. And then you turn around and find out that you're only seeing 0.006% of the overall light spectrum. I mean, we're essentially like fucking cave salamanders with no eyes, and might as well be with that, you know.
Real quick, I saw a story a couple of days ago. You could look it up on Google. I should have saved it, but this is a new device. I don't know how to use any of this. They were talking about making a lens, a contact lens, that can see more of the light spectrum.
Oh.
Yeah, if you look it up on Google, it just come up a couple of days ago. I just remembered that right now.
Einstein Indian fucking contacts, those glasses that you can see the spirit realm with.
Yeah.
A good example of perspective is so I was going out and running some errands the other day, right? And I pulled out of the driveway and I looked over and I saw this big black fire going, right? And I thought it was just down the street. So I was going to go down a couple blocks and make a left and check out and see if I could see what's going on. Well, I go down a couple blocks and I look to the left and it's like, well, there ain't nothing going on down there. And I had to go quite a ways from here anyway. So I just kept going. So then I get all the way down the hill, down the River Drive. And I'm like, well, I still don't see the smoke. And then I kind of see it off in the distance. Well, I mean, I seen the smoke, but it just kept looking like it wasn't that far away. And then here it turns out, I'm right on the Mississippi River. It was all the way across the river. Here the whole time I thought it was only a couple blocks away. Here it was all the way over on the other side of the Mississippi River, but it looked like it was just down from my house right when I was leaving the house. But it turned out the garden center was on fire, which kind of sucks. There's a real nice nursery, and I guess there was a fire in the greenhouse, and it went up like crazy. But I guess they're going to be all right. It's just mainly in their one greenhouse, so the business is going to be all right. But it's just kind of crazy. Everybody, you want to talk about perspective. I thought, every time I looked, I was like, oh, I'll just go a couple more blocks, and here it was, miles away practically.
The trick is really
got me thinking.
Good, man.
Fishes,
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
right? Yes, sir.
What's that?
Fish have to have excellent vision because they're seeing through the medium of water.
Yeah.
They got to be able to focus with all that weight on top of their actual eye. That's pretty incredible. But I mean, yeah. So to say if you have fish eye lens, you got really good vision. I don't know. That's the first thing I got to say. But yeah.
Well, think about it. I ran across a thing here not long ago. I wish I knew where it was at. It showed how far different animals can actually see, how far they can actually distinguish shit. And it's amazing. It's like birds, they don't see shit. You can get right up on them before
even eagles. They're supposed to have eagle eye vision.
Well, that's a little different. A hawk, yeah. And it had like a bear and something else like that, different types of animals, how far they can see. And it was like the eagle was one of the biggest ones that, anything can see like forever.
That's funny. I just mentioned that eagle eye vision, right? I got pulled over, speaking of alcoholism, going back to the topic. I got pulled over one time. I was going through this little town and this cop pulled me over. And he goes, you know why I pulled you over? And I was like, no. He's like, you didn't have your seatbelt on. Well, in the process of getting pulled over, I kind of tried to flip it on. It's like, you couldn't see me whether I had my seatbelt on. He's like, I got eagle eye vision. Anyway, he just let me off with a warning. I got lucky one time. And I pulled away, and I was thinking in my head, well, if you had eagle eye vision, you would have saw that empty bottle of Jameson under my seat. But, yeah, I ain't going to tell you that.
Well, Scott, I'm going to pop off. I'll see you later. I'm going to take care of a couple of things.
All right, Roger. Thank you for coming on.
No problem. Can I just say, don't drink, man. I've seen too many people just completely die, end up with miserable lives, man. It's not worth your time or effort to get involved with it. If you are, I just suggest you get help, man. That's my honest, earnest
that's
cry
what
to everybody.
My friend up the road here, he used to work with us, and back when I drank, we'd go down Fredericksburg and shit, and working on houses all day long, and we'd drink on the way home, because we were all riding in a van, and about an hour and a half, 2 hour drive home, and we drink, and boy, I'll tell you what, this guy, by lunchtime, talk about the shakes. This guy could cut plywood with a skill saw and never have to hit the trigger.
Oh, man.
So that's how we knew it was about time for lunch. And we go someplace, and he'd get himself one of them tall Budweisers and shit, a couple of those, drink them. Then he was right as rain for the rest of the day. But he got to the point where his complexion was like green. I got to a point where I almost had like a green complexion, but his complexion was always like green, like pale green, like a zombie or something. And then here, just about a year or so ago, somebody said, "Yeah, he died." I'm like, what? I said, "Yeah, they just found him on the couch dead." I'm like, shit. I said, well, then joking though, because everybody knew him. I said, well, they won't have to embalm him. I know that.
He's pickled already.
Yeah.
Dude, for real. Yeah. My dad had that
Get off, guys.
humor. A guy he knew.
Take care, Roger.
All right, later.
His guy died, and he went to the funeral, and people were like going, "Oh my God, he looks awful," this, that, and the other. And my dad says he looks like he always did to me, passed out.
I'm Irish. I would get the red face if I drank a lot.
Oh man.
Oh
Face
yeah,
would get red.
it goes right to get the ruddy cheeks, boy.
Yep.
So I guess LA's really having a problem. You guys
and get that under control yet? I thought they said.
Oh no, I guess not. They got I guess they got these self-driving Waymo cars out there.
Mm-hmm.
They're worth upwards of $600,000 each, and they're lighting them all on fire and shit. I mean, this is bad. Look at this. I guess it's the National Guard.
I thought they don't want to light Teslas on fire anymore. They're on the whatever you just said.
Waymo.
Yeah.
I don't know. Here's
We all got masks on. Don't want to get COVID.
I mean, wow.
Make sure to put a flower in your hair as you're doing it.
Yeah.
It's a summer of love.
Whatever.
Oh my God, yeah, they've just been burning all kinds of shit. It's been waving Mexican flags all over. Don't give Trump what he wants. Stay calm, stay peaceful, and that's what Gavin Newsom said. Oh my God, that was one of his comments on this right here. Oh, it's just a picture.
Stay peaceful, huh?
Yes, and stay calm and stay peaceful. It's like they're not any of those things. Look at this. Does that look calm and peaceful to you? I mean, for crying out loud.
That's the problem, man. You got everybody fighting each other, and it's your government is the one is the problem. It's like, but nobody goes after the government, right? We're not built. I better not say that. Never mind. But
well, what's going on? What's going on with this? This is obvious. This is a distraction. Okay, what's going on that they're distracting us from?
Right, yeah, the Palantir crap. One of them, anyway. One of the distractions.
Well, because ICE is hitting California hard, real hard.
That what?
Yeah,
ICE.
Yeah.
The immigration naturalization, INS. They're hitting Cali really hard.
I think there's. Yeah, I've just been seeing a lot of shit about that today. And I thought, at first I thought, okay, well, yeah, they're upset and whatever. But,
these people coming in here, man, it's like, I know they're trying to escape whatever they're trying to escape. But it's like, do you really want to come in here when we see what's coming down the line for us is mass surveillance and all this? It's like,
right?
They're building the wall to keep you out, or are they building the wall to keep us all in?
There you go. That's it. They're trying to keep us in. But where the hell would we go, really? I mean, this whole world is run by asswipes,
I'm about to say some pretty unpopular things, starting with this is not good. Also, this is not a peaceful protest. But something very disturbing is happening in the background that I think you should know about. It's time to deploy Palantir to Los Angeles to deal with the illegals. You know you love to see it. You're lying if you say you wouldn't. This is the grand plan. Okay, it's not an accident that cars are burning on the streets and people are waving foreign flags on the streets. There is something they're trying to manufacture consent for.
Dude, that's what I just got done saying. What are they distracting us from? What are they wanting to run? What is this purpose for this thing? Because I didn't think it was organic. They doing this shit on purpose so that they can bring this Palantir shit in. I'm telling you right now, they want Skynet. It's going to be bad.
Remember, when they justified the passing of the Patriot Act over 20 years ago, they told us we needed all this extra power to go after the bad guys, to get rid of the terrorists. But almost immediately, the government started to use that extra power they were given to spy on ordinary Americans, right? How can you be so sure that you will not be deemed an enemy of the state one day? There's absolutely no guarantee that this master database won't be weaponized against you. And to be perfectly honest, history tells us that the likelihood is pretty high that it will be used against you one day. So to quote RFK Jr., 1, any power that the government takes from the people, it will never return voluntarily. 2, every power that the government takes, it will ultimately be abused to the maximum extent possible. 3, nobody ever complied their way out of totalitarianism. The only thing we can do is resist. Be careful out there, people.
Yep.
Bring in
I'm sorry, California is getting hit really hard with the ice raids and stuff. All the blue states are getting hit really hard. Boston, New York, Pennsylvania,
Illinois.
Illinois is getting hit hard.
Oh, man,
So that's why you're seeing, I think, a lot of this is because, these people's families are getting booted out. But, this shit should have been done 30 years ago. It's, not like all of a sudden it's got this. But, you got to remember that all those politicians make a living off of all of the funds that they take, the government gives them, that they say they're feeding these people and housing these people and doing all these great things. And they're doing none of it. California got busted, not even filling the water reservoirs, and they were getting paid tons of money to do all this maintenance and all this work, clean all this brush, and they did none of it. They took the money, and then they didn't do anything they said they were going to do with it. It was all funneled and laundered and every other thing. So, everything is got nefarious stuff when it comes to a lot of these blue states.
Yeah.
Check this out.
They're all a mess.
Insurrection Act. You still plan to send troops?
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden and his auto pen.
Even if you're not planning.
We're going to have troops everywhere, he said.
Undoubted.
Well, the Patriot Act was what removed posse comitatus.
Mm-hmm.
So
this is going to move quick too, man. You watch. Oh, see, this is here was Alex Jones 50 minutes ago. He put up a thing, Sunday emergency broadcast. Trump sends National Guard to Los Angeles as leftists march their promised insurrection. Learn what's coming next. I'm not going to watch a whole Alex Jones thing. I can get little clips of information.
They do all that, they can pass his big beautiful bill, right?
Yes. Well, everybody's eyes are on Los Angeles.
Right.
Slip that fucker through like a wet turd.
That's the distraction every time. They always create these distractions to get these bills into law or whatever, and then in the meantime they put all these earmarks in it for all this other crap that has nothing to do with anything that the bill was, like the CARES Act. They always name it something that's our benefit or for us. It's like the CARES Act or the whatever We Love You Act. It's always something stupid. But
NASA.
We Love You Act.
NASA. Look at how much money they take, and they can't. It's the same thing. It's money laundering. It's the same thing with these famous people who are not artists. All of a sudden, start selling. They go in their garage and paint some little thing that an 8-year-old can paint, and they get $4 million for it. You're telling me that isn't money laundering? You know what I mean? Like,
look at the Ukraine-Russian war. That's a gigantic laundering scam.
Yeah, so,
that's why they call them career politicians. That's all they ever do, and they're just constantly campaigning year after year. They don't do nothing. They just campaign nonstop.
Dwight Eisenhower before he left office, warned everybody about that. He warned about the military industrial complex. He warned about the war machine. He warned about it, that sought or unsought, that it would be a profitable thing to start wars and a profitable thing to be, disingenuous with the people because we can make money. He warned everybody.
Yeah.
Here we are.
And then you got all this back and forth. The Democrats are the good guys. The Republicans are the good guys. It's like you got the Democrats, right? They kind of tell you what they're all about. They're right in your face. But then the Republicans, they want to act like they're your friends. They're like, just get us in and we'll fix everything the Democrats do. But meantime, they'll sneak behind your back and stab you. It's like they're one and the same, same side of the freaking coin. But yeah.
Did you see where here's another thing too, that flotilla that was going over for the Freedom Flotilla for the Palestinians, and Greta Thunberg, the Doom Goblin, she was on there.
I didn't see that. No,
they got intercepted by Israelis and they took the activists off the boat. They dropped some kind of white powder on them first.
Who funds that lady? Like,
George Soros. I don't know.
That whole spiel.
She's just been a career activist her whole life. Like,
yep. But at the same time, she was going telling people that everything we're doing is killing everything. And then somebody went over to the car that she was driven to the event that she was at, and there was plastic spoons, plastic this. It's like, no, these people are not living by what they're saying.
No,
they're living by telling you to live that way.
They're Marxists, man. That's all. Pure and simple.
Salesmen. Well, yeah, Marxists too.
So look here, Governor Newsom is daring the ICE director and President Trump to arrest him for aiding and abetting. Check this out.
It's all theater, but yeah.
Get your hands off these poor people who are just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes. Been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go. The perception is that get your hands off the...
Why don't you just, or he was resisting and we had to open fire.
He's just auditioning to be the next puppet.
Oh yeah,
that freaking guy. I mean, they're telling everybody to stay in, stay safe, and here he's out freaking at expensive restaurants and stuff while we're all stuck in the house. It's like, okay, buddy, yeah, you love us so much.
Yeah, that's insane.
They built that bridge. They were going to build a train thing to go down to a place where barely anybody lives. They said, it'll be done in 20 years. It's now 20 years. So like last year, the guy come in and said, well, it's probably going to take another 25 years. I forget how many, $16 billion or something. I forget what it was, some insane amount of money. I said, the concrete is going to be falling apart by the time you're done with it. How are you going to, and why would you make a train to go to a place that no one lives?
But
no one lives to it.
But D-Man, Elon, and Doge clawed all that money back for us, so you have nothing to worry about. We'll be getting all that money back.
Well, I mean, they're going to spend it either or. If they take it from one place, they're just going to take it and spend it somewhere else because, if you all of a sudden had $1 million more, you would suddenly probably start spending a little more.
I don't see any of the effects of this supposed Doge money clawback crap. There's no. It's just another Elon
for me.
What's that?
It hasn't done shit for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it hasn't done anything for me either. I mean,
is this more of the money laundering we're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, I know that they were talking about how many people were using bad. There was 4 million people that were over 124 years old on Social Security.
Well, that was because they're vampires. See, if you look at those, most of those old people that should be dead that were getting that money, were from around the time when Abraham Lincoln, right after he was assassinated. You see, and as we all know, he was a famous vampire hunter. If you've never seen it, there's a great documentary on it. It's called Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, and yeah, it gives you the true history as to what was going on. The whole Confederacy was a bunch of damn vampires. That's as I found out. So, yeah, that would explain why there's those people. They're still alive, but they're dead. They're living dead, which is kind of.
I stopped giving them money a long time ago, as much as I could.
Yeah, listen, you're never going to recoup it. That's for sure.
No.
I don't know.
I was smart enough to realize that nothing I'm going to do is going to change any of their behavior, and you're not going to be able to get everybody on board that thinks the same way you are. So I just said, well, then I'm just not going to give them as much money as they used to get, or, live a thinner life, and I'll just try to give them as least as possible. That's it.
Yeah. I'm not going to give them anything I absolutely 100% have to. You know what I mean? And that's only under threat of pain or death. So now I don't know what this is. Hello, Porter. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how y'all doing this evening?
Good. So this just said, I'm going to just leave this here. So I don't know what this is going to end up being. This is a potluck.
This is a white supremacist thing. And black people, they doing the same thing what they did to us in slavery days. They separated our kids from our parents. And now they doing them the same way, nothing different. They still trying to be white supremacists. That's all I'm saying. I came all the way from Calabasas, man. I was raised in Watt, but I live in Calabasas. I came way out here to let these white supremacists know, we know they're not ISIS, they are the Proud Boys. Hey, the president said, stand down, stand by. This is their job. Proud Boy now got a job. That's all I'm saying. You got the head white supremacist in the White House running, the whole White House is white supremacist. The whole White House.
It's a big club, you're not in it.
Hey, but you always
it's a big club, you're not in it.
Don't be a grand
None
cracker.
of you motherfuckers.
Don't be a grand cracker. Be you. Fight for your freedom, man.
You guys aren't in the club.
These fuckers, they not your friend. I bet you don't go to their party. You another nigga when you out in the street, ain't you? You another nigga out in the street. That just is.
Exactly.
Without that uniform, your head busted just like mine.
Yep. Yes,
it's
sir.
A Proud Boy, man.
Facts,
homie. This is not no damn. This is a gang bang Proud Boy. Gang bang. Trump say stand down, stand by. That's their job. They call them ISIS. I call them punk, but they really Proud Boys. Chumps too. They pussies, man. They pussies.
So that's this whole thing. There is he's claiming that the ICE agents are just Proud Boys, and they gave him a job. This is all white supremacy.
I wonder
if
he knows that mask.
Hey, Tom.
Go ahead, Porter.
Oh, I'm good. I just wanted to add that Palantir is an American-owned company, and I would only go so far as to say Jeff Bezos and shares in it and capital. But besides that,
Thiel, isn't it Peter Thiel?
Peter Thiel, yeah.
Yeah.
And then J.D. Vance was his protege.
Yeah, this is Nick Fuentes is saying
the borders are $30 million. $30 million for Gold Shield. It's supposed to be up there with Elon Musk's Skylink, I guess you can call it.
The Golden Dome, right?
What do we need one for?
They call him the Golden Dawn. It sounds a little close to Golden Dawn to me. And if you don't know what that is, do a Google search on the Golden Dawn and see what you run into. But the idea of this whole protest, or what they're calling riots, I guess you could call them now, in LA, is all just from a created scenario in order to usher in this Palantir shit. I don't know. Let's see what our good friend Nick has to say about it. And like I said, if anybody wants to come up on the panel, go ahead and come up. I don't know where Porter went off to.
I've been internet.
He's probably having internet problems. Listen, weather's crazy all over this country today. It is nuts. We were under a flood watch here. Texas is. They said they were threatening to have hail the size of grapefruit.
Jesus.
Tornado watches and all kinds of shit. I mean, stuff is going nuts all over the place, man.
I wonder how well those solar fields are going to do with all that hail.
Oh yeah, they don't stand up very well when that happens. I've seen video of that before.
Yeah.
Did you see that big satellite that they had that they were beaming signals into so-called space? And they had a big storm, and that thing got knocked out. The one that they have cut into the mountain.
Oh, down in Puerto Rico, is it the one in?
It's a big dish. It's giant.
Yeah. That's it. One. It's Arevito or Arecido.
Got destroyed.
Arecido. Yeah.
Got destroyed in the storm.
Oh well, there ain't nothing up there for you to look at, always.
Yep.
Let's start turning it around. Let's see what's in the ocean. Anyway, let's see what Nick's got to say. Talk to me, Nick.
Open. Illegal immigrants are everywhere. Everyone's smoking pot. Crime is out of control. And then if you try to enforce the laws, the scumbags are going to blow up the city. We really do need a Julius Caesar to bring back order. And you know what? These left-wing pieces of shit, they all talk about Palantir. They're going to make Palantir a reality. All Palantir needs, it is a dialectic, as Alex Jones says. It is very obviously a dialectic. The more disorder there is from the far right and the far left, the more you're going to get people begging for Palantir, begging for a mass database of every American. The more you're going to get people begging for drones and cameras and law enforcement everywhere. So these dummies are going to ruin it for everybody. But, you know, this is really all part of the plan. I mean, you're seeing it unfold in real time, which is the elites have let in all these people from around the world. They have set up a battle in our country between white and black, right and left, through diversity, because diversity in itself breeds conflict. And that is going to create the crisis which allows them to come in and create a police state. And it's not going to be run by white nationalists. If you think that's based, it's going to be run by liberal Jews. If you think the police state is going to come in and shut down ICE protests and, you know, arrest Antifa, and this is going to be led by Bronze Age pervert and the Nazis, you're wrong. It's not going to be led by Catholic integralists and far right. No, the left is wrong on this. The right is wrong on this. Who owns Palantir? Joe Lonsdale, Peter Thiel, Alex Karp. It's going to be neoliberal technocrats. It's going to be cosmopolitan, transhumanist, neoliberal technocrats, many of them Jewish, many of them atheist. That's who's going to be running it. So, you know, the left says, oh, these guys are Nazis. No. The right says they're going to be Nazis. No. It's going to be people like Emmanuel Macron. It's going to be people like J.D. Vance. It's going to be complete political puppets that have been groomed in private equity and venture capital their entire lives. They worked at Goldman Sachs. They worked at, you know, Illuminati Incorporated. It's going to be these complete skin suit, poser, fakeoid faggots, for lack of a better word. Not necessarily gay, but they'll be faggots. And these are the people that are going to be the face of the New World Order. And it's not going to be right-wing, left-wing. It's not going to be populist. It's going to be technocratic. And nobody's going to be happy with it. So
I agree.
That was something I was going to bring up the other night until he kind of went in a different direction. But you ever notice how, like, all, I don't know, for as long as I've been around anyway, how all the vice presidents, until J.D. Vance, who seems kind of well-spoken and comes off as intelligent or whatever, as you know why probably, but like all of our vice presidents seem to be these like goofballs like Dan Quayle and couldn't spell potato, Al Gore.
Boobs.
We're all going to be flooded. Dick Cheney shot his buddy's face off. You know, that Kamala Harris, like all the vice presidents all seem like they're all these like, you know, goofy sidekicks or whatever. But then you got JD Vance, who it seems like they're grooming. And what does JD Vance have, you know, in common with all this? He was Peter Thiel's protege, I think, or at least he spent some time in this Palantir thing, as people are starting to come to find out. But and he wanted to come off as one of those too, with that, what is it, that hillbilly effigy or whatever it was, where he's just like, he came from small town roots and, you know, came from nothing and then made it to the big time and all of this. But yeah,
they all seem like boobs.
Yeah, they always come off as these little goofy sidekicks or something, but you know, it seems like they're always the ones behind the scenes doing a lot of damage too.
Yeah,
like Al Gore. Look at Al Gore. Look at all that BS he used to try and push on everybody, and still to this day, still people think that Al Gore is, you know, we'd be underwater if anybody believed what he said. But
well, notice Al Gore's house is probably the size of 10 of the average person's house. He's got like 17 air conditioners. He ain't living that. What he's talking.
Preaches, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they're flying jets across the world every day. They're living a high life.
Yeah, they're all a bunch of PDFs. Yeah. I won't go that far, but you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
There's a lot of them. It seems to go hand in hand with that atheism and all the rest of that shit that goes with it, man. And we just find out our Matters Now guy just got in trouble for that shit, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, that's what you were saying last night.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that. I brought him up. I couldn't remember what his name was, and then here he is making news.
Yeah, right. I know. It's like, I guess his friend Max is not too happy with him.
Because I was like, I haven't heard from that one guy, and then you're like, Ozian? And I'm like, yeah, that guy. It's like, oh, okay, well, I see where he's been busy.
Yeah, he's been a little bit on the busy side. It's things not going well. But hey. And now, of course, they're going to try to act like, oh, he's disgusting and this, that, and the other. Dude, you're all like that.
Well, all right, let's go back to a situation with you and McToon. Silence is compliance. Are you going to say anything about this, McToon? What do you have?
Right.
He's one of yours, buddy. Silence is compliance, right?
Uh-huh.
Are you going to denounce this guy? You're going to denounce Ozian from your group? Just curious.
Right. Yeah, they have to. They have to. But, either way, it's like it just draws more attention. It's like, look, man, that vibe, you guys carry that vibe. They carry that vibe, man. Not all of them. Not all of them.
No, not all of them.
There's a couple of them that really got that vibe hard. And, sorry, you think you're hiding and shit. And eventually the truth is going to come out, There again, another instance where they're not able to look at it from the other perspective.
I should say one thing. Let me make one correction. He hasn't been charged or anything yet. So, right?
No. Well, he's been charged. Yeah, he's been charged.
Well, he hasn't been convicted.
He's not been convicted.
So I better not go as far as to say, I don't know the situation. Maybe he's in a bad situation where he's getting wrongly accused. I don't think so.
That's possible.
But
it's possible and it's possible and highly likely.
Yeah.
I was just given the track record of our police, but from what I understand, I guess it said it was a, let me see here. Responding to an undercover ad on a known prostitution website and arranging for sexual conduct and activity with a 15-year-old in exchange for $280. That's pretty specific.
Yeah, I'll just say it doesn't look good. But since he hasn't been convicted, I won't go as far as to say maybe he was wrongly accused or something, possibly.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah,
that's right. So we'll give him that benefit of the doubt. But my feeling is, I think there's a thing here just before Greta and them got picked up by the Israelis here. This just happened a little while ago, like about an hour or so ago.
They're going to convert her.
Democrat architect, own words, expose a manual for staged civil war.
What is she? Swedish? She's going to go from Swedish to Jewish. She's just on
Yeah. A Freedom Float. Okay, so here's this Freedom Flotilla spokesperson, and she is on the Madeleine Freedom Flotilla ship. At least 2 drones are hovering over the boat. This was 3 hours ago before they got picked up. See if this looks like anything. I hope it's not in some other language.
Okay, they're dropping chemicals on us. They're dropping chemicals on us. We don't know what it is. Look at this. Look at this. They are. Okay, everyone take cover, please.
Take over, everyone. Take over and be careful.
So
we've all practiced this. We knew this could happen.
they are not peaceful. This is not an interception. This is another war crime about to happen. This is another war crime about to happen against civilians. It's a ship of carrying nothing but humanitarian aid. So please keep your eyes on us. I will turn the camera so you can see what I mean. We don't know what this is. I don't know how to turn this camera around.
What is this, guys?
So here it is. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what this is. Guys, can we put this down? Can we put
I don't
this
think it's a good idea, yes. I don't think it's a good idea. Everyone, we know our positions. We just sound the alarm to everyone. We are in contact with our land team here. Stay calm. Get your passport. Everyone has a passport.
I don't have
Me neither. So, bring someone. I am going to distribute them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Baptiste. Okay, so they have someone paying. Sorry, okay, come on.
So you can see it clearly there. It stinks really, really bad.
I need to grab back.
We don't know what it is. And we're putting up the Palestine flag to protect us.
Look at, they're dropping it right now.
Using the Palestine flag.
What is that?
To protect us.
Some kind of a chemical agent.
Oh.
That they're dropping on them. See it on the windows?
Yeah.
Watch, you'll see it. You'll see more of it drop.
To protect us.
See it?
This is what we're
Let me go back just a little bit.
flag
See it dripping
to
more?
protect us literally. We are using the Palestine flag to protect us. This is what we are doing right now. We don't know what this paint is. I cannot tell you. It smells very.
Let's go. But white paint.
Shit, guys. I'm so sorry that there's just so much happening right now. Do we have the grab bags?
Avoid to inhale this paint. Avoid to touch it.
Do we have masks, guys? We don't have any masks, so I will cover my mouth. Okay, use your kafiyas. Use your kafiyas to.
Still dropping.
Oh my God, this is Chinese water.
Yes, please.
This chemical.
Is going to distribute all of our passports right now. We put in a safe place, okay? I need light. Please. Yes, Mark.
Okay, time check. Please. Okay, the IOF is contacting us right now. I'm filming it.
Okay. Right, please film this. You can. Some people put lights and others film. Nice. Passports. But they're not calling us. I just made a bump on.
Okay, we just thought that the IOF is making contact. Oh my God, it's burning my eyes, this thing. Is it burning your eyes? No?
Everywhere on the book.
It's okay. My phone is about to die. I'm gonna come back to this live. Just I need a second. Okay, we are masking our face right now. We have helicopters right above our heads, the most dangerous one, and they are, I don't know what this is. I'm so sorry.
Look at that, it looks like bird shit.
I don't know what this is, if this is paint or some chemical. No idea, but please sound the alarm. They did say that they want to intercept kept us in a very calm way, but this is not what's happening. There is another war crime about to happen. We will keep you updated. Please put pressure on the government. Tell them that we are here because they are aiding and abetting this genocide. They are upholding a illegal blockade. They're using starvation as a weapon of war. This cannot go on. We cannot live in a future like this. You need to do everything in your power. Use your bodies, use your voices. Amplify the voice of Palestinians. And do tell them that we are here because they're not doing their jobs.
Wow.
Why'd they send these people? Why didn't they send in the A-team?
Well, it was a is it volunteer thing? You know, that some people
mercy ship. I'm just
yeah.
They're gonna get pulled over by Captain Phillips. Tom Hanks.
Greta talking here. I got one somewhere. Greta talking. Let me see it. Probably under my thing.
Where are they going to deliver humanitarian aid to? There's nothing left over there.
Okay, so here's when the
why are they doing it at night?
Oh, they under the guys.
من فضلكم خذوا مواقعكم. من فضلكم لا تتحركوا.
ما الذي يحدث عمر؟ هل هذه قوارب إسرائيلية؟ هل لديكم أي معلومات عن هذه القوارب؟
الآن القوارب السريعة وصلت إلى القوارب السريعة الآن تحيط بالقارب زميلي حسام إضاءتها شديدة جدا وكما نرى هذه الإحاطة يقول لنا اهدأوا الأمر مسالم وهذه عملية بقدر الإمكان.
Everyone, assume positions. That's not a position at all. Rima cannot be here. Rima needs to take a seat. Assume your position. The position
هذا هو المشهد مشاهدينا كما نرفع أيدينا في هذه اللحظات حتى
الجميع لحد الآن.
قالوا لنا.
That should be scary as hell, man.
If they're on a boat, though, wouldn't it be moving a lot more? It looks like they're awfully still sitting on a boat there.
Good. I don't know. Maybe it's not rough seas. Oh, here she is. That's America's favorite little doom goblin.
My name is Greta Thunberg and I am from Sweden. If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces or forces that support Israel. I urge all my friends, family and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as possible. My name is Greta Thunberg.
That wasn't rehearsed at all.
No, of course not.
They can have you.
Was this her? Oh, no, that's the same one. Spraying shit all on them. That's terrible, man. Meanwhile,
somebody said lentil farts.
In all that mess, his hair is still perfect, man.
I know. So
there's the American dream and the California dream. There's no Alabama dream. Eat your heart out, Texas, Tennessee, and Florida. This is California. The world looks to us to see that it's possible to live, advance, and prosper together across every conceivable difference. It's what makes this state great, that we don't tolerate that diversity as we once had, but we truly can look today and talk in terms of how we celebrate that diversity. And there's the American dream and the California dream. There's no Alabama dream. Eat your heart out, Texas, Tennessee, and Florida. This is California. The world looks to us to see that it's possible to live, advance, and prosper together across every conceivable difference. It's what makes this state great, that we don't tolerate that diversity as we once had, but we truly can look today and talk in terms of how we celebrate that diversity. And there's the American dream.
If that's the American dream, I don't want it.
That's
It's
the
a
best
nightmare.
AI.
The American dream that they sell to you, they call it that because you got to be asleep to believe that shit, man.
Isn't his ex-wife married to Don Jr. now? That Kimberly Guilfoyle or whatever, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
They all just run in circles, man. They all just pass each other around. It's crazy. These people.
Well, he's a daughter-in-law of
Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, they're like a big inbred crowd.
Yeah,
they are.
It is inbreeding and PDFs, man. It doesn't even matter. It's not just the J's. It's a little bit of everything mixed in.
Yeah. Yeah, this Palantir thing's going to be bad. I have a bad feeling about this. Where was that thing I found? It was funny as shit. It was Joe Rogan and it was AI, and it had Alex Jones aiding. It was fucking hilarious.
They're turning the frickin' frogs gay.
Man, this is just going crazy. What's this guy? They seized Los Angeles. This is yesterday. I guess what are we doing with this? What is a guy? One female cop, one black cop, functionally a female, and one normal cop versus one random dude. Oh man, and the guy got away. What? Watch this.
That Ozempic's really doing a number on Alex.
Yeah, it's because his Gila monster levels were low.
Oh.
So that was what was causing his fatness.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, here's your test results. What is it, Doc? Your Gila monster venom levels are low. We need to give you some of that.
Better take some more Turbo Force Plus.
Yeah. Come on and buy my boner pills.
It was all bone marrow weight.
Watch this shit. What the fuck? That guy's out of shape too, man. Look at him. That woman just standing there watching it all too long.
That damn big watch.
I'm sitting about ready to pay. This woman's just standing here looking like, what the fuck is going on here? What? That's messed up, man.
Another day in Cali.
Yeah.
Or wherever it was.
Wow. Pretty tough cops.
Yeah.
Did you see how she hit his fist with her face?
Yeah.
That was amazing, man. That's a move right there. That's some Chuck Norris shit.
Call me misogynist, call me sexist, but that's another reason why you don't have female cops in infantry. But just saying.
I don't think it's good, and it's not a slam toward women or anything.
No.
It's just not their fucking place, man.
It's nature, man. Or biology, I should say.
Oh, wow.
Not that we need more cops. That's not what I'm saying.
Here's what China said to Israel. China and Japan issues a warning to Israel, said, you touch our diplomats, you will be erased. That's what China said to Israel. You touch our diplomats and you will be erased. I think that's pretty cool. Lord almighty.
China said that to us?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the country itself didn't say it.
Well, yeah.
Chinese government said that. Which is, hey, they don't fuck around. You know, this little Israel's been allowed to get away with way too much shit for way too long.
I think we need to talk to our diplomat something long and see if he can do something for us.
Yeah, he'll be back later this week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, their representative is going to be putting out a thing, holy fuck.
We too low.
Oh, this guy, come on, it's Christmas in July. Where's this guy going there talking about some big fucking check everybody's supposed to get? They ain't gonna give you no goddamn check. Shut up.
What's the cost? What's it come with?
Oh, it's yeah, right. It ain't nothing free. They're saying it's from that Doge money they saved.
Oh,
or
yeah,
whatever.
you bet.
You ain't getting shit, man. Get out of here. Ain't nobody gonna give you nothing. I don't know where these people come up with this dumb shit. Oh, I know how I can find that.
Our northern brother Snowman.
Governor Snowman. What's up, man?
Hey guys, just stopped in. I'm always watching. I'm always lurking. Always watching.
Is that the one? There it is. Yeah, yeah. And I don't know why this is so funny, but it just I fucking laughed. Hang on, there it is right there. Bring this up over here. And it's just short, but it's actually kind of stupid. But the ending of it is disturbing. Watch this.
Such a feeling's coming over me. There is wonder in most everything I see. Not a cloud in the sky, got the sun in my eyes, and I won't be surprised if it's a dream.
So weird.
Look at Alex Jones eating on him, man. That's messed up. I don't know why that made me laugh so bad, but it did. I can't figure out. It make you laugh?
Well, yeah, that's the part of it. They want you to think it's hilarious. They want to, butter you up to AI, man. Think it's funny. Think, get you comfortable with it. But I know that's just me. I hate on AI all the time. I'm kind of.
Oh, I do too. I don't ever use it.
Yeah.
I've never used it. I'm not getting conned into that fucking thing. What is this here?
But yeah, I think that's all part of it. They just want you thinking. It's like, oh man, make it so funny. It's like I know it's bad for you, but they make hilarious stuff. And it's like, but I'll shut up. I'll quit complaining. I'll go.
You're all right.
No, for sure. I was gonna say though, I'm on the other side. I could argue the other side. Like this is kind of like an argumentative channel in a way. It's very controversial, right? But what I've been watching is the Sasquatch. There's a Sasquatch AI, and he's like, oh, these kids. This just like last couple of weeks. You could probably find it if you want it. So the Sasquatch on YouTube. It's like definitely AI. And he's like, oh, I found this energy pill. And there's a couple of them. He's like, oh, we found these shrooms when we were walking back there. And I don't know. I just like his voice. I think it's hilarious. And like, yeah, guilty, right? They've got me hooked in now because I'm, it
Here's
can be
one.
funny.
This one's one. Watch. What's that other shit they've been doing with it? Like, where they, oh, this was beautiful too. Let me go over to my thing here real quick.
Senior Trumpo. You're muted, Snowman.
Hang on, we almost there. Wow.
Senior Trumpo.
Well, like this thing, this news, right? This is done AI. Watch this.
It's June, Pride Month.
It's also Men's Mental Health Month.
But no better time than now to let your junk hang out at the parade.
Jackie joins us live at the Pride Fest.
We're here live at Identity Fest, where sausage parties meet Scissor Central.
Today, I'm a pan-dimensional soul fox identifying as a pansexual.
Stunning and brave. Back to you, Erica.
What a powerful way to honor Men's Mental Health Month by not mentioning men at all.
That's right, Erica. In other news, parents who don't give their kids puberty blockers are going to jail. We go live to Tammy, reporting from the front lines of mental illness.
We're here with a parent who listened to the Jewish community. What inspired this journey? He said he wants to be a girl. That's so courageous.
Wow. That's not gross at all.
No, it's really not. And now for the weather.
Artificial clouds forming over the Pacific, heavy aluminum particulates incoming with scattered bursts of direct energy interference. Could be another Lahaina. Stay alert.
Wow, climate change is wild today. Good thing Newsom emptied the water reservoirs. Wouldn't want people putting these fires out.
Gotta save the Delta smelt.
I mean, that's just, yeah, I gotta save the Delta smelt. This one too, this is pretty good. Here's like they're making these, like this is Moses, like he's on TikTok.
But we have the talent. The AI is taking from people who have like kind of done this already. So it's like we have the talent to do this. It's just AI can just put it together fast.
Well, what do demons do? They take that which has already been created and pervert it.
Yeah.
You see?
Well, I think already creativity is special. Like, you know, like, I mean, like Sovereign, you're doing a service in your own way, you know, and like we all are, but like, you know, no one's putting the effort to do these clips. Right now, it's just one click, and within 30 seconds, you can make a movie. Like,
that's what I mean.
Oh yeah. I thought this was funny. This is like, what if Moses was on TikTok, right?
Guys, me and Aaron just got inside the palace. We're about to ask Pharaoh to let our people go. No idea how this is going to go, but wish us luck. Okay, we just left the meeting. We asked, he laughed, said no one's going anywhere. Anyway, the fight goes on.
Pharaoh, if you're watching this, this is your last chance. Let the people go, or it's going to rain, hail, frogs, whatever.
Hashtag let my people go.
He let us go, then changed his mind. Now he's sending soldiers. We're literally running to the sea right now. We just got here, sea in front, army behind, no way out. Everyone's freaking out. Let's see what God tells us to do. Guys, the sea literally opened up. I'll explain later. We're walking through now. And no, this path isn't on Google Maps.
Didn't film the parting, was busy holding the staff. But yeah, it worked. The sea split. I'm exhausted.
All right, guys, we made it. Seal's behind us, Pharaoh's not. Don't forget to like, comment, and maybe bring sandals next time we walk.
I mean, all AI.
Yeah. Guess you got an anniversary there, Sav.
Oh, this was kind of disturbing. I was like, what the fuck is this about? But this came out of the Diddy trial. This is crazy, man. Listen to what this woman says and listen carefully.
I can't be the only person who doesn't think it was monkey brains, right? I mean, I don't know if you're following the whole Diddy situation with the whole trial that's going on, but yesterday, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson ended up testifying against him. And while he was on the stand, he kind of was sharing his story of how Hollywood got him. And he said that they had brought him to a room where there were a bunch of men in black suits sitting around a table, and they sat him down at the table, and Diddy was there, and he was like the main person in the center watching him. And they brought out a platter, and on the platter was a monkey brain, and they put it in front of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. At this point, he ends up breaking down, bawling, saying that he took a bite of the brain, and they waited for him to proceed to eat the entire brain. The way that he was crying. People eat monkey brains in the world, and it is a delicacy. I don't think that you would be bawling that hard because you're eating monkey brains. Now, I'm not saying he didn't eat brains. I'm just saying babies and monkeys probably have very similar sized brains.
What?
He didn't eat monkey brains. He sold his soul, and part of that contract was eating whatever brain he had to eat.
It's funny though, somebody asked him one time how he's so buff all the time, right? And he goes, well, simple, I eat babies. He said that casually on an interview one time. I've seen it. I don't know if you guys.
But yeah, I guess on the stand, he broke down crying, talking about him having to eat monkey brains. Oh, come on, man.
He did a skit. He did a skit on SNL about a child molesting robot.
That's right. This show goes so fast; it's hard to keep up. I stepped away. I was laughing at that one, the religious one. I definitely thought that was funny. I thought that was funnier than the dwarf one. But Joe Rogan as a dwarf still makes me smile. Oh, it's hilarious. But yeah, not to cut you off, buddy. He was saying about the other thing about Dwayne Johnson, how he was on Saturday Night Live, and the contest was to make the most evil device or something. I don't know if you correct me, but And so he made an evil robot that could molest children twice as fast as any human or whatever, right? This was a skit with a straight face, this guy.
And that's the thing. And what's funny about that even? You know, it's just...
Now, was that last clip real? Could you tell if that last clip of that lady talking was real? How do you
I don't know if Dwayne Johnson took the stand.
I'm just saying, do you know that?
Yeah,
maybe that
I had heard that he was gonna. That's the first I'd heard about it, you know. But there's a lot of shit coming out in it. This is what gets me is the whole trial. I mean, it's not even covering what he's charged with. You know, he's not charged with being a weirdo. He's charged with human trafficking and
racketeering.
I don't like that word, human trafficking. Right?
They tried to get Indiana Jones.
Offenses, then we talk. Like I said, sorry guys, just the human trafficking thing. I think is a washover word, and what it does is it washes over everything, right? There's prostitution, there's sexual abuse, there's so many things that go along with it, and they're just saying, oh, trafficking, and it's really not articulating what it is that's going on at all, whether it's cannibalism or what.
They used to just call it white slavery.
Yeah, well, we didn't talk about cannibalism, about all this slavery shit. We weren't eating them, apparently, all us white guys.
I never ate them.
No.
What was it Vlad was talking about? Said that white people used to eat black people?
God, don't start, yeah.
I never heard that. I never heard that, but and I'm wondering if I've been missing out.
Well, the Indians were pretty savage. I wouldn't put it past, my ancestors, because I'm part Native.
Do you guys remember this guy? This was hilarious, man. Listen to this guy. He's funny.
An impeachment process against the American people, and they lost all three. I mean, they voted for a guy named Obama not once but twice, and he stole everything. That's why they were down on Epstein Island raping and eating those babies down there. Just look at the flight logs. They all knew who he was, what he did, where he did it. That's why they got on his plane to fly down there and do it with them. That's what the real problem is. It's pedophilia. And as soon as, everybody finds out that all these people are pedophiles, that's when the party really begins.
Yes, we got to expose them for who they really are and show people, give people the truth instead of
$5,000 worth of hot dogs. Please explain that to me. It's in their own emails.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Thank you for doing that. I had one question for you. Why do you choose today not to wear a mask?
Well, the reason why I don't wear a mask is because it's not easy being a trendsetter. People think it's easy. But it's not. I mean, it's a hoax. 99.7% survival rate. Are you kidding me? I mean, you've got Bill Gates running around like a psychopath trying to cram his vaccine down my throat, and I'm doing just fine without it, Bill. Didn't you go down to Epstein Island yourself? Epstein and Weinstein just doesn't sound like a Presbyterian problem to us.
Well, thank you for sharing that, but of course, that does not go against basic safety procedures that we should be doing at a daily basis, washing your hands, staying at least as far away as possible.
If you took your mask off, I'd make out with you.
Well, hey, Stephen, it was so great talking with you. Thank you so much for your time. And do you have anything else you want to say, maybe to the Trump supporters or watching who can't be out here?
Absolutely. Stars and bars, red, white, and blue home team, man. It's Trump 2020. They're throwing an octogenarian at us, struggling with dementia, trying to hide liquor on his breath, dealing with a son who just got a stripper pregnant down in Arkansas, cheating on his dead brother's wife.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
That guy was just like,
sound
lay
like,
it out there.
Sound like a
That guy was
wrestling
high, for
promo.
sure.
Sound like one of those wrestlers.
He was just laying it out there.
Fight.
She's wearing a mask and she
An
wouldn't
impeachment
she was so
process.
close to him until he made that silly comment, that slightly offside comment. And then all of a sudden she stepped off camera and was like holding the mic out a little bit, but she was right on top of him until he said that slightly. Didn't she say something about, "Oh, I'd make out with you" or something? I thought
He said that.
He said that.
She's talking about the contagiousness, and he goes, "If you didn't have that mask on, I'd make out with you right now."
Yeah, she took one giant step back.
Yeah. She wanted it.
Yeah, it's played hard to get, I guess.
Yeah, that's what was up. So yeah, we mentioned the USS Liberty. I don't know, maybe some people don't know what happened. Now, let me give you a little taste, and you can look into it for yourself.
There is only one country that attacked the U.S. and never got hit back. An American Navy ship was near Egypt during a war in 1967. Fighter jets from a friendly country flew over the ship. They didn't do anything, just passed by. But a few hours later, those same jets started attacking the ship. They fired rockets, bullets, and even dropped torpedoes. The ship's antennas were gone. The flag was shot down. The ship couldn't even call for help. By the end, 34 Americans were dead. 171 were hurt. The U.S. said it was a mistake, but the people on the ship didn't believe that. They say it felt like a real attack. And the craziest part? The U.S. never fought back. And the country that did it? It's Israel. There is only one country that...
Not to mention that the sailors were threatened with court-martial and all kinds of shit if they spoke about this. They had to actually... They were threatened about it.
At least it wasn't 33.
I know lots of women cops that could kick all of our asses. That's why I came on, because I caught the tail end of that discussion about how females... Wow. This should always be a buddy system, even for dudes. They shouldn't be rolling single file like that all the time. And but yeah, I get what you're saying. But there's plenty of them out there to kick our butts.
You've been sold. Listen up, Space.
On the Liberty, they actually strafed lifeboats. People that abandoned ship. The jets came in and strafed the lifeboats. And that's basically one of the highest crimes you can do on the sea.
And the only thing that stopped the attack was that it was a Russian surveillance plane was flying by and saw the attack. And so they pulled out.
Those dirty Russians.
Yeah, it sounds like a pretty wicked story, though.
It was terrible. What the whole goal was. So why would we allow that? See, this was even... Johnson was even quoted as that he said, "I want that goddamn boat on the bottom." Okay. A fighter wing had been called from what only took them 20 minutes to get there to defend the ship. And they were turned back. They were turned back. They were commanded to come back, and it was said they wanted that goddamn boat on the bottom. And
I remember that phrase. I remember hearing that phrase.
Yeah, well, the reason that they were doing that was because Egypt and Israel were involved, and Syria, in what was known as the 6 Days War. That was an observation ship. It wasn't an armed ship. It was a communications vessel. And
yeah, we got a Coyote. It's a land one, but it's small.
Okay. So there was no reason to attack it. We weren't involved, and of course, Israel was supposed to be our ally, right? And I think what the whole thing was is they wanted to make it look like Egypt did it in order to gain support here back in the States. Oh, look, Egypt unwarrantedly attacked one of our ships, see, and sunk it. And that would get us all riled up so that we give support to go in on Israel's side and fight against Egypt and Syria. That's what's the whole reason behind it. But it didn't work because this Soviet surveillance plane was flying by and started seeing what was going on. So they had to abandon the attack.
They sprayed that ship with white phosphorus and literally burned people to death.
Yep. Yeah, listen, man. Barbaric. No other way to put it. Barbaric.
No, it's evil. Barbaric is like you don't know any better. Evil is when you know better.
Yeah, calculated evil, 100%. You know, I'm finding out that the shit that we hear that the Germans were accused of doing in World War II. I'm seeing that these are the people that do that shit. And so, of course, they could make up stories about it. They conceive of it. What decent person would ever do stuff like they're doing? No one.
What are these politicians? They don't got nothing to lose. They all are draft dodgers. Their kids don't go to war.
Mm-hmm.
They send all the common folk to do all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, They ain't got a whole lot to lose. They got everything to gain from all this. Every one of these things they do, and just propagandize everything. Get everybody. I ain't gonna go into a rant, but yeah,
Might as well.
nah. Everybody knows.
Where I would just keep thinking the question, I'm compelled to say the F word. Where the fuck are we going? Like, it feels like it's all stalled out. I still feel like we're on the edge of the iceberg here, but it seems like it's stalled out, especially on the war front and stuff. Like, because, as much as it's all on TV, I mean, you aren't seeing the bombs falling in Gaza or Ukraine or Syria, but they are using military weapons every day, guys. And like Africa too, there's military high-tech planes. They have good planes in Africa. And what I was going to say also is the Americans got bases all over the planet.
Oh yeah.
Like, we got allies in Pakistan still, as far as I understand. They have a huge airfield in fucking Pakistan, air base, and Africa is occupied by Chinese military aircraft. Right, they're looking after their mining interests out there. Like we really don't even have a clue of all the black book shit that's going on. And it has to be like, it's not just in my head. It can't be. It's about the mining rights are a big thing.
He said he was pretty well hungover. I tried to ask him, do you remember any of that at all? And he's still. His reckoning of it is that he was legit. It was everybody else was at fault.
Well, I seen he put out a community post or whatever. It said he had a family emergency and that he was canceling the Jurist Society for tonight.
Oh yeah, family emergency. He's hungover.
I'm just saying what the post said.
Yeah. I mean. And I told him, I urged him hard. I said, go back and watch last night's stream, just the last part of it. And I rewatched it this morning, and I was just like, wow, my wife, her jaw just dropped. Like, what the fuck? And part of it because she recognized the way he was talking and shit like that, and could see shades of me in it, from when I was doing it. And I don't know. Maybe he'll get it. Maybe he won't. I don't know. He's gonna have to shrink that ego out, though, man.
So I didn't know that was your son.
Oh yeah.
Somebody told me today, and I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. I stick with the beers. If I get into liquor, I break out in cuffs myself. So I'll have the beers and I'll take it slow. I count them. I go to work in the morning. That's just me.
Yeah. Yeah, see, there's the thing that the fact that you have to do that should indicate that, it's probably not a good idea. If I have to put regulations on myself, if those don't just come naturally, if I have to actually have a regimented regulation that I place on myself, well, that shows that you didn't have control in the first place.
Yeah, mostly vodka, anything liquor. And I just act a fool.
Yeah, it's all the same shit, though. When it comes down to it, it's all the same shit.
It's all poison.
I don't see where there's any benefit to it. I really don't. I don't.
So if it ain't breaking up your relationships or hurting your personal relationships, it's hurting yourself, your own physical self. Takes a toll on your liver, takes a toll on your body one way or another. But I mean,
takes a toll on your pocket.
Yeah, but yeah, everything.
And your sense of value, right? I'm going to burn a bridge with my father because he objected to me not letting other people talk and to stop interrupting. You come in and you tell people, shut up. And as you're interrupting them, because you feel like they're interrupting your interruption. Yeah. What?
Oh, that was
I give them a hard time when I speak with them. I always give them,
Yeah. I mean, he wants to debate, and it's like, you can't have a debate like that.
No. You can't.
Well, part of being in a debate is listening. You have to actually listen so that you can kind of respond accordingly, right? Like, I don't know.
No, you're right.
Well, there's a strong indication in that right there. He's not interested in the other side, what they're saying. So he's not even listening. He's only interested in, and it's not just him. There's other people like that. They're only interested in what they're saying. They not listening to your side of it. Your side of it's irrelevant because they've already got it established that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm just going to go ahead and nobody wants to hear you. You're being stupid. My opinion is what is fact, And it's like, no, that's not how that works, bro. Yeah. That's not how that works. That's a terrible way to exist.
Foolish man thinks he knows everything. That's all I'll say about it. A foolish man thinks he knows everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't really care being called stupid or anything, but if you want to be respected, you kind of got to give respect out, don't you? To like, a certain level, but you just kind of, there's certain decorum you got to abide by to a certain extent.
Well, and part of it too is like when you get going on, and this is the thing that I can't stand about talking to drunk people, because they just drone on and on and on without ever getting to a fucking point. And then they get sidetracked and forget what the fuck they were even going for with the point in the first place. And you just end up with 5 minutes of them droning on about some shit that didn't make any fucking sense. It's like, you got to go, hey, do you have a point that you're going to, can we like get to that part now through this?
I love you, man. I love you, man. This is more how I would end up.
But yeah.
Can't have my Bud Light.
No, I'll cut back. Fine. I'll make a point of it. It's a crutch anyway.
That shit'll make you gay. That Bud Light.
Bud Light.
It'll turn you gay. That's the water they've been giving the frogs. That's what they've been giving the frogs. Giving them Bud Light, getting them, turning them gay and shit. Oh, this is pretty good. Before I forget to show this. This is pretty good. Vacuum. Check this shit out. This is a two-parter, but it's pretty good.
Space cadets. This is proof that the model of reality you've been sold is not only ridiculous, but impossible. It doesn't matter what suit you wear in a vacuum or vacuum chamber, because the same principles and laws apply to all states of matter. The pressure that's caused by removing the gases and oxygen in an environment makes matter expand, liquids boil, metals melt, and containers implode. You literally have to deny physics and the scientific method to believe in the heliocentric model and Big Bang universe cosmology. Are you going to keep pretending you're a randomly mutated monkey man living on the outside of a molten cord water ball shooting through infinity? Or are you going to face the facts that you see before your eyes?
The ultimate and most dangerous test was a huge, specially constructed vacuum chamber.
They were able to pull all the air out to create a big vacuum, just like it would be on the moon. That way we could test our suits to make sure there was no leakage.
Now, that thing about metals melting and shit because of a vacuum, I ain't too sure about that. But I know water will not remain a liquid. That's for sure.
Just got to make sure to check your O-rings.
Yeah, your O-rings, those aren't going to do very good at all because they are moisture dependent. Rubber, believe it or not, rubber, silicone, that's all moisture dependent.
Yep. It's got oil in it. The oil based.
Mm-hmm.
One such test narrowly avoided disaster. With all the air sucked out, all that protected him was his pressurized suit.
Thank God.
Then something happened.
I heard over the headset that he was losing suit pressure.
He was in serious danger.
There really wasn't any feeling. It was just happening so fast, trying to get the chamber back to a safe pressure and Jim to a safe pressure was inside the suit.
As I stumbled backwards, I could feel the saliva on my tongue starting to bubble just before I went unconscious. And that's kind of the last thing I remember.
Essentially, he had no pressure on the outside of his body, and that's a very unusual case to get, and there's very little in the medical literature as to what happens when you have that. There's a lot of conjecture, that your fluids will boil.
Within 25 seconds, a co-worker sitting in a partially pressurized antechamber.
Hang on. We'll get part 2. Hold on.
What was that from? Oh, just something on X.
Yeah.
To dash in. At the normal rate of repressurization, it would have taken 30 minutes to make the chamber safe. Hess repressurized it in just over a minute.
That's much, much faster than you would ever come down in an airplane. It would really hurt your ears if you did that.
Finally, it was safe to let a doctor in.
I've been reading comments and a lot of you been asking to put water in a vacuum. So let's check it out. So I got water over here. We're gonna fill it up the beaker with water. Boom. Then we're gonna cover it with the vacuum chamber and then turn it on and see what happens.
This is my favorite kind of video.
You can see a little bit of bubbles start going, and whoa, start boiling. How cool is that? Looks like it's boiling a lot.
So that's all flammable coming up there.
Pretty awesome, huh?
Nothing physical can.
I wish he would have put a thermometer in there to show that it wasn't hot too.
Yeah,
it didn't
no, I
create
get
any
that.
heat. No, it didn't create any heat. The heat that it was used to boil it was due to the lack of pressure. It was the ambient heat that it was already in, room temperature.
Yeah, but it must have been breaking down into oxygen and hydrogen. That's
Oh
what
yeah,
happened.
it was still doing that, but it wasn't hot.
No,
that's the whole point.
Cold,
It didn't
I
get
feel like
hot.
cold fusion. It's like, yeah.
It was only room temperature. That water was still only room temperature. The temperature of the water didn't change. The conditions around that temperature changed.
Medium.
Yep.
Exist inside a vacuum. Therefore, space is a
I had
complete
one of
hoax. The vacuum of space is supposed to be much stronger than any vacuum chamber we can create on Earth. Liquids boil, metals melt, and some matter can even explode. You're literally paying to be lied to.
Stretch Armstrong does not
Stretch
do
Armstrong,
well.
yeah.
He doesn't do well in a vacuum chamber. But that's the reality of it, man. It's everything else is wanting to expand to fill that empty space.
Yep.
And,
We had this discussion before that when you go under the water,
Listen
it's the
up,
opposite
Space
effect.
Cadet.
Pushes
Yeah.
in,
Right.
squeezes
Yes.
because of the medium.
It's
Also-
restricted because it's a restricted medium.
Yep.
Because if
And
it was not restricted, it would offer no resistance when you displaced it.
plus the temperature, the gases change as you go higher and higher and higher. The same thing happens in the water, in the medium itself,
Yep.
changes as you go lower and lower into the sea because of the temperature change.
Yep. It gets colder too.
So Sav used to show this video where at the bottom of the ocean there was like another water, like it was like oil and water mixed together, but there was like another level. I remember, I don't know,
Yeah,
there
I've
was these
seen it. I've
worm
seen it.
guys down
Two
and they
density
couldn't come out.
layer. There's like a density layer. It was like another more of a salt water. There was a guy that found Mike Guire was his name, and he was with that baby National Geographic or something. He had a little submarine, and he was down under the ocean, and he looked and he found a lake, and it was so dense that he couldn't even penetrate it with his sub. And it actually had like a little shoreline. It actually appeared to have like mist coming up off of it, but they were underwater.
What about that? Those rich people that took that little sub or the Titanic or something like that under what they call that thing? I don't remember now.
Modern day Titanic. Yeah, I remember.
Well, no, it was
it was that sub. What was
submarine
that
thing
called?
Yeah, the one recently.
I'd have to. Yeah, it wasn't just a year or so ago or a couple of years.
About a year or so ago. That's what I was saying. It's not. It seems like it just happened, but it's not recent. Time's flying by, man. I'm sorry. It's just. I can't believe we're already in June.
I can't think of the name of it anyway.
Yeah, it was submersible, and it was like all these rich people or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was the Titan submersible.
There you go.
The Titan, yeah, that's it.
Titan. I said Titanic, but anyway.
It was close. It was close. I got to give him that.
I guess they both succumbed to the same fate, but yeah.
Let's see. I had another one of these AI things I wanted to show you. It was
we always got to have a Hindenburg once in a while, or a Titanic, or something.
Dude,
like that.
From watching all this AI stuff, you think our dreams are going to start to look like it? You think you're going to start AI?
It might. Oh, shit. They will now because you suggested it.
I dream every night. Does everybody dream? Like, I can fall asleep for like 5 minutes and still have a long dream, or at least it seems like it. But
I haven't had a dream in a long time.
Really? That's yeah. Well, it's weird to me. I shouldn't say it's weird, but because I dream all the time.
I had a dream one time. I had an accident a long time ago, and while I was out, I was in a station wagon looking out the back window. So we were talking about this with the flip seat in the back.
Yeah.
Station wagons.
The Torino.
And it was the scariest experience I'd ever had being unconscious. And the car was going down the road, and I was looking out the back window. There was no cars behind us, completely empty. I couldn't look forward or anything, just behind. And for some weird reason, when I woke up, I kept thinking, I'm dead. This is it. I'm dead. And some lady leaned over and said, he's waking up. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to have a heart attack. But I accepted it. I literally said, well, I guess that's it. Guess I'm gone. Crazy.
This is something that I just ran across. I'm not too sure. It might go into that, what we were trying to discuss last night. And how did we even get on that subject?
Of what?
Of the origins of evil. I think Ryan came on and just brought it up, right?
I don't know. So many things got brought up. I'm trying to remember.
He started it with the Masons control everything.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Well,
I control everything. Me.
You better shut up. You're going to make him do it. You're going to make
something to do with the free will,
right?
I was listening the other night about this, how it was a metaphor about how the duality and stuff, and I was following this a little bit. I think this is the same thing.
You're going to make him do it. He's going to join the Illuminati, and that's going to be the end of all of us. He's going to enslave everybody.
Yeah, straight to the top.
Illuminati.
I want to say something first. I wasn't trying to be a wise ass last night by asking for reparations either from the Masons.
No,
that's hilarious.
Well, it's like, come on, okay. So you've been a Mason now for a year, 2 years, whatever. You're not Albert Pike. Shut up. Okay. God.
Can I have your robe when you go? Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's not like, that it's rare that you run across a Mason. I work with one, he's the guy I work with.
All over the place.
He's in it, Another guy.
There's about 3 levels over 33, and they'll never get to 33. So,
well, it's like there's another fella down here. I see him all the time. Guy named Eddie. I've known him for a few years and shit, and he's into Masons. He's got it. He's pretty. I mean, I caught him one day when he had all his bullshit on going to his lodge meeting. And this dude's got a lot of little ribbons and shit on his coat, man. But nice guy and everything. I was like, he's like, I could tell what he's doing. He's like, have you ever checked it out? And I said, yeah, I've looked at it a little bit. And he says, yeah, come on down and check it out. And I'm like, no, it's all right. I'm good.
He got the ribbons from playing checkers on the floor.
Yeah, well, maybe he's the winner, you triple king, boom. But Yeah, I'm like, no, and he knows. I told him, I just told him, I said, I make it a point to never join any organization that would have such low standards that they would have me as a member.
We got the Scottish Rite Cathedral just down from us, and yeah, there's all the freaking Masons on it. It's a stolen old world building. Just saying.
But those are the bad ones, right? Isn't that what
yeah, right.
we were told last night? Those
The
are the
problem
bad
is that they're all police officers, most of them, and the other part of it is that they're
the cops.
They took oaths. Well, look at the emblems. There must be every state emblem for the police is something Masonic. But these guys, I judge everybody based on how they treat me and other people around me. I don't, like you're saying, labels don't stick to you. Well, I don't necessarily label anybody, right? But I judge everybody as it goes. But these guys, man, they've sworn oaths which supersede any type of common sense or nature law or anything. They've taken oaths to their brothers to protect them and shit like that. Like, I'm not privy to it, but it supersedes the oath they take as an officer. It supersedes the oath they take. It's like a religious oath. Like, this supersedes. Like, you're Jewish. That supersedes your responsibility as a judge or a bureaucratic financial guy. So.
Yeah, I'm not down for. I don't want to be in any kind of thing where if I got to take an oath that you'll kill me, and that's the only way that I can know something is if I learn it through you, and if I tell anybody, then I'll get no, fuck you.
Yeah, I've heard that part too.
Ain't getting into none of that. That sounds like a trap to me.
If people are going to threaten to take out your family, I mean, what kind of friends are those? Like,
right. It sounds like the mafia to me. Shit. I don't want to be in that neither. Anyway, this is the story of Adam. This might segue into that a little bit. I'm not sure. I haven't seen it yet. I just saw it and I was like, ooh, that's an interesting topic. It might suck. We'll find out.
The story of Adam and Eve was never about two humans in a garden. It was never about an apple, a talking snake, or disobedience. That's the fairy tale. Here's the truth. Adam and Eve were not human. They were consciousness split in two, masculine and feminine polarities of source, light beings, fully aware, no ego, no fear, no body. They existed in unity consciousness, pure oneness, no judgment, no shame, no illusion. But oneness has a limit. You can't evolve if everything is the same. You can't choose if there's nothing to choose between. So the soul said, let me experience contrast. Let me descend. Let me forget. Enter the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Not a literal tree, a symbol of duality activation. To eat the fruit was to say, I'm ready to experience all of it. Light, dark, pain, pleasure. Let me walk through the illusion so I can return with wisdom. The serpent, not the devil. It was Kundalini, DNA. The coded awakening buried deep inside you. Religion demonized the snake because it threatened control. Because once you activate that inner knowing, you don't need a gatekeeper between you and God. So when Eve ate the fruit, she didn't doom the world. She awakened it. She saw herself. She became aware. Ego entered. Separation began. And the fall? It wasn't punishment. It was a dimensional descent. Spirit entered form. Consciousness became flesh. And earth became the classroom for remembering. That's why you forget when you're born. Because if you remembered everything, you wouldn't grow. You wouldn't search. You wouldn't transform. And that's the whole point. You're not here to be perfect. You're here to experience, to rise, to return. Not because you were broken, but because you were chosen. No more fairy tales, just the truth, and now you remember.
Yeah, they brought the body part in to make it relatable. Physical bodies.
Are they good? And that makes a lot of sense to me because God created man in his own image, which of course is a spirit form. God's not a person. It's not like, walking around with a robe and, facial hair and all that other dumb shit.
I do.
It's like looking like Father Time and all that. It's like he's God. Okay. And, so people take that in that literal sense like that without looking at that way.
People always say, they go, well, how could you believe in a God that would let all these bad things happen, is what they go to, right? They say, like,
well, there's the rub. Okay. He doesn't wait, hold on. God doesn't let the bad things happen. We do. Okay.
Well, again, I was going to say the duality about it is you couldn't see the beautiful things in life if there wasn't this contrast of
right,
quote unquote evil or whatever, like
right.
like perhaps a flower wouldn't be as beautiful if there wasn't someone out there stomping them, like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, see, ultimately the choice of a person to do good or evil, who's that come down to?
Free will.
That's it right there. Yeah. Free will. You can choose to do what's right, what's good, or what's God. This is where the root of the word good comes from. Or you can go against God, be anti-God, which is evil. Okay, that's ultimately your choice. It's not God, don't have anything to do with that. God doesn't want you to make the wrong choice, but you have the free will to make that wrong choice. But you also have to take what comes with it. And just because God loves you, it's sort of like, your parents love you, right? But if you go commit a crime and you have to get to prison, does it mean your parents don't love you anymore? No, they didn't want you to do that crime and get put away in prison. You did that. That was your choice. You walked away from what was good. That's that simple. People always want to give God the bad rap for shit that we're doing.
So earlier you were saying
men doing things. Yeah, but
I'm sorry. Saab, you were saying earlier that, if the police weren't around, some people would, if somebody isn't there to literally point a gun at them, they would just do whatever they wanted. Some people would just police themselves. Some people would just do their normal thing. So it's all choice. I think it's choice in the mind.
Right now, anybody, even people that are watching, unless you're in LA, of course. But I mean, you can look out your window right now. There's probably no cops around anywhere. No cops around.
Well, I live right next to the police station, but I'm just.
Oh, okay. I mean, there's no cops around.
There's
nobody's out there burning shit. Nobody's out there stealing shit. Nobody's out there killing each other or anything. Right? Why? Why is it that they're not doing that? Is it because it's against the law, or is it just in the general nature of people to not want to fucking do that shit?
Yeah.
That's what it really comes down to. But we do have those people that will go ahead and do that. And that's because they are immersed there again in the physicality, in the worldly aspect of it. They're doing it for what they can gain out of it, what they can get from it, what material gains they can get from it. And they're doing it at the expense of another, which is against natural law. But also you're placing your flesh and your desires above your spirit, which is a sin.
It comes down to psychology, man. And unfortunately, myself included, we're all suffering from mental health issues, I think. So some of these concepts are like,
Listen.
I got a buddy that's like, my buddy's dog is an off-leash dog. It's an off-leash dog. I mean, I bet my life this dog would never harm anybody, even in a situation where she was getting hurt or something. But I still, when I go downtown, I put her on a leash because I don't know about other dogs or what's going to happen. But if I go through a bunch of crowd, I know I'm going to go into a crowd.
Yeah,
it's not
better safe than sorry, man.
They could take the.
There's some people can set a dog off like, for no reason whatsoever. Well, there's a reason. It's just not really to us.
Yeah, I've noticed that dogs do that, bud. They'll pick someone and they'll pick on them, and it'd be like, "Why are you picking on that guy?" or something.
Yeah, well, my dog Brandy, she's like the sweetest thing in the world. She wouldn't bite hot butter. But there's been a couple of times, like this one time we pulled into a convenience store, gas station thing, and I was pulled up there in front of the store, and this lady come up and she drove up next to us and parked, and she went to get out of her car, and this dog, who didn't mind anybody walking by, was just going fucking nuts at her. It's because she wasn't human, man. She wasn't human. Brandy could see her. And that woman, that's real. That's real. She can see shit, man.
I look at it this way. They could go into my town and take all the doors off the stores, all of the supermarkets, all the, what do you call it? I won't steal a thing.
Yeah.
Not a thing. You know, I've had times
if I need a loaf of bread to survive, I wouldn't hesitate. I wouldn't.
But that's the thing that me and Sava.
I wouldn't steal from my neighbor though. But
that's the thing me and Sava talking about.
Before I go to the store, like up here, corner store. I was up there and I bought something, and
I've never
the
been
girl
that far down.
turned around and give me the change back, and I looked at it and I was like, "Honey, you gave me back the wrong change." Yeah. She goes, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "You gave me way too much back." And she goes, "Oh my God," you know. She goes, and then says, "Thank you for being honest." And I was like, "That's sad that you got to thank people for being honest. Is it that rare?" You know.
I got a similar story though. I just recently went up and I bought 4 beers and I gave him a lottery ticket and I said, "Put this against the beers." So we did the bill and I looked at the price and I was about to pay him and stuff, and I thought, man, if I pay him and just take the rest of the 4 beers, so I said, man, you got to ring these ones in too, because I had, like, it was a set of 4 iced teas and a set of 4 different ones, but I said, put that, because I wanted to make sure the ticket would cover. Anyways, yeah, so I had to tell him, you're missing 4, buddy.
And it doesn't pay. It's karmic too, you know. I mean, it's like, okay, so you might have got over, but you know what? You're going to pay for it. One way or another, you're going to end up paying for it.
That's where me and Saul we were all speaking earlier, is that some people would drive past that store and see the doors completely ripped off and say, "Let's go in there and get a TV. Let's go in there and take." And some people would just drive by, you know, that wouldn't go in that store and steal a thing, even if it was, you know, if it was convenient to do it and everyone else was doing it. Some people will just see other people doing something and jump right in and do the same thing. It's just,
well, they look at it as
consciousness.
They look at it as justification.
Yep.
You see, this way it justifies that. That's why that whole view that I feel that whole view of, well, God created evil and you were already predestined. He already knew what you were going to do. So you know, that kind of bullshit is like an excuse to say, well, it was already sanctioned by God for me to be bad because he knew what I was going to do anyway, you know, or what. It's like, no.
I think that's where we got off the rails last night a little bit. I mean, according to some, but like, because Ryan had said that God is both good and evil. It's like, how is that possible? But I mean,
he created evil by being the antithesis of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the thing is there's a duality, the good and evil, but in reality, what we're entering into now is, in my silly head, is there's a million shades of gray. So there's at least one shade of gray. There's good, evil, and gray, and I'm definitely not, you know, one or the other. I'm some shade of gray, and that's.
Well, there's no absolutes. There's no absolutes. That's the thing. And that's the trick, is that people are all the time try to deal in absolutes. And you can't.
Yeah.
Because of the infinite possibilities.
It has to be like that.
Yes.
The variables.
Yes. That's what makes everything so unique. This is what this experience is all about. We're not all supposed to be the same. We're not all supposed to think exactly the same. We don't all look exactly the same. We're each one of us an expression of the infinite possibility, all here with our own trip. And we let this worldly shit fuck us up out of it, you know? And placing,
I would never be part of the mob, but
hold on, placing the flesh above the spirit. This is just temporary, guys. This isn't the most important part right here. Okay? This is just your little meat suit, so you get to have this experience. Don't take it so goddamn serious.
George Carlin said it the best.
You're here for a good time, not a long time.
Right.
George Carlin said it the best. The planet's not going anywhere. We are.
Right.
We're going away. He said, pack your shit, folks. We're going away.
Yeah. Well, you're not really going away. Think about it. You're not really here. You know, you're kind of operating from a higher consciousness in the first place. You know, this is just an experience. You're a point of observation.
Your physicality changes.
Yeah. Matter cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed or transmuted. What's the other word I'm looking for?
You are no longer a solid.
Right. Well, you're not really anyways. You're just kind of like synced up with one.
Yeah.
If you think about it, you're just kind of synced up to this meat suit, which is kind of cool, really. Here they are wanting to get you synced up with something else. And it's like, no, I'm already synced up. Okay. Stop fucking with my Wi-Fi. How about that?
Everything inside of you is all around you right now. So everything that you're made of is everything that's around you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But there's the thing. I used to blow people's minds with that. I would tell them, I say, did you know you cannot see yourself in the mirror? They're like, what? Yeah, I can. I'm right there. I said, that's not you. That's your experience. That's your character. Where's you actually at? What is actually you? And this is interesting too, because I know several, if most people here have probably been to a funeral before, or seen somebody that they know who has died. They don't look nothing like they did when they're laying in that box. They don't look a fucking thing like they did when they were alive. And usually there'll be a picture of the person when they were alive. A lot of times they'll have that there at near the casket. And you just look at that picture and they'll look at this husk that's left over, and something's missing. There's something missing. And immediately you can tell it's that life force. It's that life force is gone.
Consciousness.
What is that life force? What is it? See, that's what we're talking about right here. That's what we're talking about. This right here, this is just your car, man. It's all right. Pimp your ride if you want to. Pimp your ride, but don't make it the focal point of your fucking existence. That's the point.
Yeah, it's hard to climb that ladder and ascend into a cloud of light. I've been trying.
Nobody gets up there alive, buddy. Nobody gets there alive.
Nobody gets out of here, yeah.
They tried that, I guess. They were talking about that on Flatzoids today.
You know what? We could be wrong. Maybe they are at least living extremely long lives. Like, there's something to be said about perhaps transferring consciousness into a newborn child. Like, there's been like these sick horror movies made or Chucky, for example, where buddy just puts his essence into a fucking inanimate object.
Well, who the fuck wants to stay here forever? Think about that.
I don't think it's quite like that. I think it's like I don't know if you've ever watched Star Trek and shit, where they have like this Katra, which is like the essence of a man. So there could be two of them inside there, in the same person. So it's still
good, a schizophrenic robot.
Yeah, biological robot from fucking medieval days.
What did they call that when the people split personality robot?
multiple personality disorder robot. Hi, I'm multiple personality disorder Sybil.
That's why they keep it in the family. It's all about that antenna, man. Keep it in the family.
Yeah. No shit. We don't know. We don't want any schizophrenic fucking robots.
That might get out of hand. Deploy those in LA.
Oh my God, yeah. I'm wondering if there's anything new on that.
Yeah, we don't get looting in Canada. It's hard to think about looting because it's like, holy fuck, like, and people hit 7-Elevens. I've seen kids do it, like teenagers do the 7-Eleven where they just all go in. And...
But is any of that stuff like in LA and stuff, like they kind of magnify it, like it's actually like a block of things going on, but the media comes in, makes it look like it's you know,
Yeah,
like
it's the whole town.
camera angles, like the whole city's on fire and stuff.
Oh yeah, they'll have everybody crowd up in a camera frame and shit. If you step back and look at the rest of the pictures, hardly anybody. People walking by going, "What are those 12 people doing?" You know?
Yeah, you only know if you're there, right? I guess.
Right.
Here's some AI thing somebody made talking to people in the 1500s.
What's life like for you right now?
Woke up, stepped in dung, got taxed, and that was before breakfast.
Do you enjoy your work?
Oh yeah, it's honest work, and no one talks back.
What do you think of King Henry?
Oh, well, he's very committed to marrying.
How's the health situation looking?
Well, everyone I saw yesterday is dead today. So,
how do you respond to the witch accusations?
If I were a witch, you'd already be a frog.
What's the biggest challenge for a noblewoman these days?
3 hours to get dressed, and still no pockets.
How's business? Flour shortage, the oven is cursed, and rats. Lots of rats. What's life like for a farmer right now? Hard work, sore back, but the soil is good this year. Might even eat something with meat next week.
Sounds about right.
Jesus.
Yep, I'm hooked. I thought it was hilarious. Yeah, I was laughing.
Oh, is it?
They're gonna start making fun of us now. Like the AI is gonna start knowing how to push our buttons and make like hurt the human feelings, right?
Yeah, I think I had another.
Just turn it off.
Skynet, bro. It's gotta be, right? Like I was getting that weird vibe about it. Like,
hey, bro, it's gonna be.
Klaus Schwab with the cyber attacks.
Just step away. Just do a simple experiment. Step away from your phone. Step away from media. Step away from whatever social media for just like, I don't know, a couple of days, if not a week, and then come back and see if anything's really changed that much.
I mean, I could call in next week if you want. We could try it. All right, live on the phone is D-Man. D-Man, you there? I'm here, Sov.
I'm on the road in California.
Good, fam. Your boy David here, about to yeet this little stone at Goliath and see what happens. Okay, so I told y'all to trust the process, but no, y'all wanted to stay in Egypt stacking bricks. Yo, it's Shadrach. This random dude just showed up. It's getting lit in here.
I got the horses in the back. Horse tack is attached. Hat is matte black. Got the boots that's black to match.
You know I'm a daddy's boy. He's got me in this Technicolor drip. Brother's so jelly right now. They're looking a little sus. These Philistines thought they could flex on me. Big mistake. I just took some pre-workout and finna bring the house down. I would like to formally apologize to God, the sailors, and this whale. Sorry, dude. Good, fam. Your boy.
I like the one with Joseph in his coat, man. He was like, yeah, brothers are jelly, looking kind of sus.
It looks very much the way it's like done, though. It looks very much like the Sasquatch ones, man, where it's like the way they speak, like their speech patterns and stuff, and how they've actually decided to edit it in the format that they chose. Like, yeah, it's if you can count, it's like 15 seconds, and then they change it, right? And it's cool. I don't know.
Ripe for abuse.
This is Jonah.
Yo, it's Jonah. So God literally told me to go to Nineveh, and I said, nope, booked a ship to Tarshish instead. Let's see how that works out. All right, guys, got my ticket to Tarshish. Cheaper than therapy. Just got to stay under God's radar for a bit. Okay, not gonna lie, I think the radar picked me up. Wind's crazy, ship's shaking, and I'm starting to think God's not thrilled about this trip. Okay, guys, quick update. I'm the reason for the storm.
They voted, I lost, and apparently the solution is...
All right, not dead. Just got swallowed by something. Smells like a wet camel in here.
Okay, yeah, I deserve this. I ran, I got swallowed, and now I'm literally sitting in fish guts. God, I know you're watching. I'm listening now. I just got puked out by a fish the size of a house, and I'm covered in stuff I can't even describe. But hey, fresh air. So yeah, learn my lesson. Don't run from God. Like, comment, pray, and I'll see you in Nineveh.
Subscribe. They spelled Iran like the country on the closed caption.
Yeah.
Oh, for God's sake, no. I'm looking at this. These are in the comments. There's like literally shitloads of these. Check this out.
Yo, fam, they don't know that G-O-D is about to BRB. These Philistines thought they could flex on me. Big mistake. I just took some pre-workout and finna bring the house down. That's good, fam. Your boy David here, about to yeet this little stone at Goliath and see what happens. Okay, so I told y'all to trust me.
Oh, it's pretty much just the same one. I just never saw the one with Jesus on there going. God, isn't that something though? And it's just like regular weird people in the world are just making those. Or
I could see it being controversial, the part about it, you know, the religious one. Yeah. Stir the pot, right? Get the pot stirred.
Hey, I'll tell you what, there's a surge in Christianity right now. There is. I think that's good. I think things are coming to a head. I'm serious. I feel like prophecies are being fulfilled, especially like from Daniel, you know, where it said that he'll be given the authority to change the time and the times and the law. And it's like we're seeing the changes in the Bible. Now we're seeing this fucking speed up of time. And I'm sorry, too many people are noticing it. I started noticing it, and then talking to other people, you know, they're like, yeah, man, it seems like it's just really fucking whipping by. And then I'm seeing people making videos about it. So I'm not the only one. It's not just because I'm older and a year seems like less time now. It's not that. It literally is going faster. That's just nuts, man. And I don't know, man. Wars and rumors of wars. Look at the bullshit that's going on right now. You know, chaos here in the States, over in LA, I guess. We're bringing in this beast system. It's like everything all at once. It's insane, man. How you doing, Brian?
You're
live. Right, brothers. You know what? I forgot I was here. Been hanging about that long.
I didn't see you back.
Yeah. Anyway, good morning, good evening. If it's what's happening over there, brothers?
It's about it's 12 here.
106.
Probably one where Dave's
at. It's 106 where I'm at right now.
106.
Jeez, man. 5:06 a.m. here.
Yeah, it's 106 a.m. where I'm at. And
but I had a rough night. It was Keith's birthday, so stayed up and had a drink. You know my dog.
Yeah, and I don't have work tomorrow. The guy, my boss is going in for knee surgery.
Go on, boss. Well done, boss.
They said he'll walk right out of there.
They usually do, don't they, bosses?
Is it like something small or what?
I don't know.
They usually do, don't they, bosses? There's no one else to pay them.
Well, you're gonna have to slow down, bro. I don't even know what you just said.
No, bosses. They need to go straight back to it because no one else can pay them.
Oh, you know what? That's the thing. I was the other guy, the other owner of Nike Lucas. He's been out because of a problem, and it's kind of serious and shit. But I pick at him. I talked to him on the phone. I said, "All right, look, man. At this point, I think you're just fucking milking it, man. You know." And he's not for sure. I know that, but if I didn't fuck with him, he'd think I didn't love him no more. Pretty crazy.
Hey, did you get that video, Dave? What I sent you off that McDonald's thing? What you talking about the other day?
I think you played it.
Is it an email? I haven't even been in my email today.
Was it like where I was
eating shocking. Someone found, human teeth.
Oh no.
In a Happy Meal or something. Legit
Oh yeah,
as well.
yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, yeah. The people. That ain't the first time they found body parts in fast food and shit.
You're not going to find teeth in sausages from your butchers, are you?
Yeah, there shouldn't be. There shouldn't
Dirty
be
bastards.
sausage. But I mean, really think about it. There's not enough cows to sustain that shit. We had that Finkelstein guy come out years ago, and everybody said, "Oh, that's a hoax." He said that they kill our kids and they put them in the McDonald's, and he says, and we laugh because you're eating your own kids. And
you know what? It's funny you should mention that name. Sorry, boys. It's funny you should mention that name, Dave Finkelstein. So I've just sent you a video with that name in it, Finkelstein.
Mm-hmm.
You know that scene out of Cheech and Chong? You better get a goddamn job before sundown. Or you go into military school with the goddamn Finkelstein kid.
I thought Einhorn was Finkelstein.
I've just sent you a video of me doing that anyway. I'll shut up now, boys.
Oh my God, these are old. Wow. Yeah, I know that's where was that? I was looking for that damn thing.
We were talking about Dwayne Johnson eating monkey brains earlier.
Oh God, yeah.
I've missed all the good stuff then.
It wasn't a monkey, bro.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure when she said that, and I was like, oh, I know where this is going. But that whole Diddy thing, this is what's so sus about it. How can they be doing court, supposedly like they are, and the charges are not even what's being testified about. They're just talking about perverted, weird shit that Diddy did. And so is it just a way that they're masking it as a trial to give disclosures to what these fucking people do, or what's going on? I mean, if I was the defense, I'd be going, what the fuck are we doing here? Okay. Can we limit testimony to anything germane to the charges, please?
What would the charges be? Like 1,000 counts of sex trafficking, or like I said, that washout?
Well, it was human trafficking and racketeering.
And hoarding baby oil.
Yeah, well, no, there ain't nothing illegal about baby oil. I think he's not even up on drug charges. He's not up on weapons charges. He's not up on rape charges. He's not up on statutory rape charges. He's not up on anything else. So
I think if you buy so many bottles, unless you're working for a massage parlor, you need to be investigated.
It doesn't make sense. Like the charges.
Why is the prosecution why are they not objecting to this fucking testimony that has absolutely nothing to do with the charges that have been levied? That's why I have to say it's just a way to put out this salacious bullshit, keep the public occupied, keep them looking at this fucking circus of a trial. Nothing's going to come from it because, as I've exemplified, they've not proven their case at all. Yeah, they brought out a lot of reprehensible shit, but he's not been charged with any of that. So too bad.
I know what's going to happen. They're going to give him dual citizenship to Israel, and then he's going to disappear with all the rest of them.
Yeah, look at Kanye citizenship for over there too. Why not? Kanye would love to go to Israel.
I think it's part of the demoralization. So you're looking at it like, oh, somebody's paying the price, and there's real monsters out there. And I think there's so many more than they want to admit, that I want to admit in my world, that there are so many monsters out there that, I guarantee you P. Diddy did some nasty shit, and whether it was extortion or blackmail, or he's been involved. He fancies himself a gangster, doesn't he? He's
yeah, when you get elevated to that status, you feel like you can do anything you want.
He's a fruitcake.
You got to look at where some of these people come from, like Tupac. Dude, that dude was so gay.
He's a fruitcake.
If you ever, I got this. Listen, I got this fucking video of him when he was about 17 years old, talking about auditioning and shit like that. And
I've seen it, mate. And he's like that. Oh, he's all hands and oh.
Yeah.
I've seen it, pal. He's proper camping it.
Yeah, gayer than a $3 bill.
Camper in Camp David.
Oh no, where was this at? LAPD shoots an Australian reporter with rubber bullet live on TV in LA.
What'd you do that for?
Well, they're cops. They're not
That's hilarious.
the brightest people on the earth.
Oh, I want to see.
Should just had them boxed.
Has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA.
But that felt good.
Shut the fuck up.
You okay?
Has now rapidly
Shot her in the leg. God damn, did you see that?
Yeah, it's about 5 pieces.
deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA.
Oh, dude, you can see the cop that
Yeah, he
shoots
pointed right at her.
Yeah, he did. Look at this.
That was intentional.
I bet that cop was laughing. I bet he was like that.
Right
Yes.
there, this dude right here. Look at here.
He turned right towards her.
This guy right here, he turned right toward her. Watch here. I'm gonna back this up just a little bit. All right, watch him.
Like I said, I could get to him in 5 paces. That's close range.
I don't advocate for that, but that's pretty funny.
Dude.
Those
He
things
just
hurt
wanted to shoot somebody. There was no reason to shoot her, whether she was a reporter or not. She wasn't doing anything. She had her back to him.
She wasn't wearing her mask.
It
was down
coward,
below her
though.
face.
Think about that. Turned and shot a woman in the back from behind like that.
Yeah, he pointed it at her, so he didn't accidentally pull the trigger. He pointed the weapon at her.
Exactly. It wasn't like, oh, sorry about that. It was like, fuck you.
Yeah, watch.
Good shot, though. Good shot.
He'll levy that up on her. Watch here. We're gonna go at half speed. Watch. He'll levy that right up at her. Her back is to these cops, right? Their attention is down the street. This behind her, like at a diagonal. See it? All right. Now this other guy, watch him. He'll stir.
Oh, you're not sharing this one.
You don't got screen share on.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
That's right.
Hang on. I got it at half speed. Let me take it back there. All right. So, as I was saying, look, these cops, see, their attention is directed up behind her to their left as they look that way. You see this other character, he turns and sees her. He's behind her. He's trying to shoot her like in the back. Look at this shit. So watch when he does this. Now, what would be his justification for firing that shot at her?
I was just going to ask you exactly the same thing, brother. What would be his report afterwards? Because he's got to make a little report, hasn't he? I shot so many bullets off.
Well, the thing is that she wasn't offering, she was no threat to any of them.
Yeah, it's not like he was self-defensive, but it's just like
the other way.
Yeah, and she's not even close. So and looking at the other cops, the obvious threat is in the direction that they're looking. See, notice that they're all looking to their left as they face perpendicular to the way she's facing us. So that's where the point of attention is at on all these cops. They're all looking that way. But this guy, he turned and intentionally fires that shot.
You know what? Oh, I think we might be judging this here. It might be a woman who shot that.
Yeah, you can't tell. No, that's a dude.
Well, he was just trying to ask her politely to get out of the way for the red Toyota, if you'll notice.
Yeah, see, he levies that gun. He's like, hey, look over here. Look where these other cops are all looking.
Yeah.
There's no reason for him to be shooting at her. The threat is obviously not this direction. It's the direction all these other cops are looking. And he just decided he was going to take a pot shot. He probably hadn't got to shoot nobody yet. That's why. Look, there you go. Jesus.
Well, not
Wow.
not wearing her mask properly.
Not a good look. Not a good look for the LA police at all. But they don't care. Who's going to do anything to them?
Nobody
It's
was not.
demoralization. Every time I look at it, sorry, bud. Every time I look at it, it's just demoralization. Like you said, what are you going to do about it? Who's going to stop them? Who's going to stop them? That's, you know,
It's
always somebody
fascinating
else.
as well.
It's not me or you or any. You know, it's always somebody else who's going to stop them. Somebody else is going to save us.
The Rock. He's gonna lay a smack down on your candy ass.
But yeah, no, that was pretty brutal. That's hilarious.
I would blame it though, wasn't it? Because he was the only one that turned and went dickhead. But then for whatever reason, I don't know, but thank God I ain't got guns over there.
Well, yeah, but you're not allowed to retaliate toward the police like that. But I guess in that situation like that, you would be. You could prove that motherfucker shot at me for no reason. I shot him back. Fuck him.
From Keys, I was someone.
Dude, I got more guns than you saw in that whole video right there. It's wild. We were just talking about this, and this came up on my feed, man. And this is great. I can't believe.
Do you know that in recent years there has been more and more talk of time speeding up? You've probably noticed it yourself. The acceleration started around 1980. Scientists are noticing that time is passing faster. People have less time to do things than they used to, and scientists are already putting numbers on it. A modern day is equivalent to 18 hours, not 24. People now in their 40s look like people in their 30s used to look. For example, monks in a monastery on the holy island of Mount Athos noticed this because they didn't have enough time to pray. For centuries, they have been reading the same prayer book, and now they don't have time to read it in a day. And in Tibet, there is a monastery in which every day at the same time monks burn candles that should burn exactly 24 hours. The technology of production of these candles do not change for hundreds of years. So, since some time, the monks have noticed that the candle does not have time to burn out in 24 hours. And the most frightening thing is that every year, time begins to fly faster and faster. By the way, have you ever noticed that time has gotten faster? Or is it all a game of our brain and imagination?
I think it's going faster, man. I'm sorry. It's just going by way too fast.
The Stones.
I've noticed variations.
Recent years, there.
I've noticed variations. Like in the morning, I get up at the exact same time, and it's like not really enough to do everything. But I'm pretty consistent. I'm out the door 7:29 every morning. Sometimes it feels like I don't have time to like boil water. Like, you know, other times it's like I'm sitting there already, shoes on, having a smoke, waiting for, you know, like, anyways, that's just me. But I have also noticed the speeding up thing for sure.
Yeah, me and my girlfriend was talking about it just yesterday, and I cannot remember anything from March and April at all.
It's all the information coming at you.
Yeah. Spending too long in here. Driving me bonkers.
The Stones told me that time was on my side. They lied to me.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, cheers.
Sometimes it's not. You ever have one of those days that won't ever end if you're like at work and you're like, really? It's not even lunchtime yet? Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
Chasing away the moments that make up a dull day.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that song, Time. Pink Floyd. I play that.
Man. A good mate of mine is the drummer for the Australian Pink Floyd.
In fact, that's what I think I'm going to do for a little bit when I get off here. I think I'm going to play my guitar for a little bit. I'm going to have to get off here pretty quick anyways.
I got to go soon too.
Ooh. This is a heavy duty meme. This is fast food, flesh, and prophecy, a final warning to the ones still eating in the dark, from the desk of VersaQuest University. Let me bring this up. Oh, this is crazy. All right. Can y'all read that, or you need me to blow it up a little bit? I'll blow it up a little bit. Oops, wrong screen. Got to be over here. Let me make that bigger. There we go. Fast food, flesh, and prophecy, a final warning to the ones still eating in the dark, from the desk of VersaQuest University. You know, I wasn't planning on writing this. I had just posted our 9-part Soylent Green conspiracy series, some of the deepest research I've done in a while. It's heavy stuff, but not even a day later, something hit me so hard that I couldn't shake it. It was a verse, Galatians 5:15. But if ye bite and devour one another, take heed that ye be not consumed one of another. Now, I've read that verse dozens of times, but it's like something shifted suddenly, and it wasn't just metaphor. It wasn't just about people arguing or betraying one another. No, it felt physical, tangible, like a literal prophetic warning about the last days where the love of many has waxed cold and man is consuming man in more ways than one. And that's when I knew I had to say something more. My last fast food meal. Let me just tell you something personal. The last time I ate at McDonald's cheeseburger was back in 2018. I got 2, same as I used to back in high school. But something was off. The taste was strange, almost like rubber, or worse, like something that wasn't meat at all. I don't know how to describe it other than wrong. And I got sick afterwards. Not the kind of sick from bad mayonnaise or too much grease. I mean a spiritual sick, like my body and spirit both knew something defiled had just gone into my system. Since then, I've never touched fast food burgers again, not from McDonald's, not from Wendy's, not from Chick-fil-A. I've eaten burgers from local places, little mom and pop restaurants or ice cream joints, and there's a difference you can taste. But those big chains, something is not right. And I've had those weird thoughts before, almost like whispers. This doesn't taste like beef. What if this is human? And I'd push it away, but those thoughts don't come from nowhere. Putin's Soylent bombshell. Now there's a rumor floating around, and I don't know if it's true, but it's out there. Allegedly, Vladimir Putin made a statement claiming that Americans are being fed Soylent Green in their fast food, and that he'll release evidence proving it. And we showed that tweet here just a couple days ago. Do I believe it? Maybe, maybe not. But I'll tell you this, I wouldn't be surprised. Neither would I. Neither would I at all. This is the same world that harvests organs from trafficked children, uses aborted fetal cells, lines in flavor research and vaccine development, market lab-grown meat developers from human cells as sustainable food, signs government contracts with hospitals and fast food chains that somehow all benefit from death. The question isn't, could it happen? The question is, why wouldn't it? Because this world doesn't fear God, and a world that doesn't fear God will eventually eat itself alive. The Soylent Green conspiracy, a series worth repeating. If you missed it, we just published a 9-part investigative series called The Soylent Green Conspiracy, and this is I'll give you the account here in just a minute. Covered the prophecy of cannibalism, how scripture warned us specifically about people being eaten like bread. Soylent Green, 1973 prophetic film on predictive programming. The real Soylent, yes, there's a real product named Soylent. It's marketed as future food. These are all the different 9 parts that they've got. And then they've got the end game when man becomes meat. This isn't just entertainment. This is spiritual war. The world is being primed to consume one another physically and spiritually, and the beast system is building the altar. KFC and the comedy of cannibalism. Here's where it gets really disturbing. Have you seen the latest KFC ads? Some are cartoonish, some are edgy, some look like something straight out of a lab. But the recurring theme, humans being food, or at least being looked at that way. There are jokes about clones. There's that creepy energy where Colonel Sanders himself gets turned into meat. It's comedy until it isn't. And here's this meme that they had. Fast food, flesh and prophecy, a final warning to the still eating in the dark. Kind of ominous looking. Let's see.
There must be a huge culture for it because, well, what it is Hollywood glorifies it, makes it cool.
Right? Well, wasn't there a series about with Drew? Was it Drew Barrymore or somebody? It was a series about where she was a cannibal or something, and they were eating human meat and shit.
Yeah, well, I think it was because she was a zombie, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy shit that they've got going on. This is a good tweet. This is really a great tweet, and there's a lot of truth in this. There really is. I'm going to put a link to it in the chat.
I couldn't even tell you the last time I had fast food. It's been years.
TNT John 17 is the name of the. I wonder if he's got. Let's see.
I crave it. Like I still crave
fast food.
We go over here and see if we.
Yeah, like a Big Mac every 6 months or something.
That's yeah, it's addictive. That's what the whole point. I ain't saying it don't taste good. I'm just saying.
I go to a place like I'll go to Subway. I don't know. You guys probably have different things. You know.
Have you seen them people though? They buy a Big Mac meal, right? And they'll keep it for 10 years, and they'll go back to it. There's nothing wrong with it, mate. Well, I bought it yesterday.
Yeah,
that's not right at all, is it?
I've seen people sell like McDonald's on eBay, and it's still like still looks the same as like 11 years ago, whatever it is.
Also, the grocery stores aren't that much better, right? So now, like, you know, it's kind of deflecting from that. Like, yeah, obviously the fast food is heavily chemicalized and everything. Like, they wouldn't even sell it in Europe. The stuff that they sell us in North America, they can't even sell in Europe. It's illegal. Like, the McDonald's recipes are different.
It's like some of the stuff what they're selling, just like fries. You expect the ingredients to be potato, wouldn't you? It's about 40 different ingredients.
Are you any better off up there in Canada? Like, do you have all the dyes and stuff in the food, or is that like, do they regulate that stuff?
Yeah, I'm sure we have our own organization. I don't even know what it's called, man. But there's no accountability anywhere in the world now. You know. Yeah, just because the FDA said it's good, that doesn't mean it's good.
Check this out. It's all just a play. Man suffers only because he takes seriously what the gods made for fun. You remember what I was just saying? The meaning of life is just to be alive. It's so plain and so obvious and so simple. And yet everybody rushes around in great panic as if it were necessary to achieve something beyond themselves. Trying to define yourself is like trying to bite your own teeth. The secret of life to be completely engaged with what you are doing in the here and the now. And instead of calling it work, realize that it is play. That's from Alan Watts.
Yeah, it's Alan Watts. He's kind of a mixed bag.
Is he? Yeah, I'd have
quite a bit. I think he's quite a bit against Christianity and stuff like that. But yeah, he can say some interesting things, I'll say.
Man suffers only because he takes seriously what the gods made for fun. The meaning of life is just to be alive. It is so plain and so obvious and so simple. And yet everybody rushes around in a great panic, as if it were necessary to achieve something beyond themselves. Trying to define yourself is like trying to bite your own teeth. The secret of life, to be completely engaged with what you are doing in the here and now. And instead of calling it work, realize it is play. Man suffers only because he...
That's pretty good. It is, and I like it on the sense of, you know, it's like you're taking this physical world way too fucking literal, way too serious, you know?
Yeah, I forgot who said it. Someone said it. It was a great quote once. I forget who said it. It was a Yankee anyway, one of you all that, right? He said, life is something that happens to you while you're preparing for your life. I think what's he called? Who do you reckon Alex Jones is now? But he was in the, what was he called, that fella?
Alan Watts.
Bill Burr, the comedian guy. Bill Burr. No, not that fucking totally different. I forgot his name. I know who you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about, don't you? I think he said it. Or it might have been George Carlin.
Bill Hicks.
Oh,
Bill Hicks.
Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks. I think that's who said it, you know.
Alex Jones. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Alex Hicks is.
Something like that. Yeah, it's just a roller coaster ride, and everybody's got all their panties in a bunch, and they go, "This is real," and that, you know what I mean? And you say, well, yeah, I can't say it, but
they're always worried about shit they can't fucking do anything about anyway.
Exactly.
You know?
I always say to people, I say, "Why the fucking hell do you watch the news? Did they ever tell you anything good?" No.
Yeah.
No, they don't start the news with anything good, do they? So like the grimmest news they can find, shove that on first.
Well, there you go. Just whip out that serenity prayer, man. Okay. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. In other words, okay, here's something and usually it's shit that they give to you. Bothersome. It's bothersome, you see? And so here's something that comes to you that's bothersome. Oh my God. Well, all you got to do is you go, well, is there anything I can do about that? No. Well, fuck it. It just is what it is then, you know, whether I like it or not, that's how it is. And there ain't shit I can do about it. So adapt, improvise, and overcome. That's all. Now, if it is
somebody said like a surrender, it's surrendering too to like something you can't, you know, it's a form of surrender in that concept too.
Yeah, that's exactly. And it works out good, man. You don't get as wrapped
you
up.
Let yourself off the hook once in a while. Yeah.
Do you know what? Sorry, Dave. When you realise not to give a fuck about certain things, life is so much easier.
Yes.
Fuck it.
Well, exactly. There you go. Shit happens. That's why you always see that on that's where that came from, was from AA. Where shit happens. You know, and that they started selling those bumper stickers, and pretty soon a lot of people started using them, and you can get them all over the place now. But those bumper stickers started in AA. That was the shortened version of the Serenity Prayer. Shit happens.
Oh man,
I like the first a little more eloquent.
I think it's pretty good. It pretty much gives it. But I'm going to have to say goodnight, guys. It's 4 hours. I think that's sufficient. And I want to thank everybody for coming on. Anybody got anything you want to leave everybody with before we go?
Let me see if I can find this real quick.
All right.
Gives you quote, brother.
I don't know, Phil. Let me.
I'll just dip out and say goodnight, everybody. I was punching out. Night, Chicago. See you, buddy.
All right, have a good one.
See you back, kid.
All right, I'll just read it instead.
Yeah, go right ahead.
So this is a list of the religions of the world. Taoism, shit happens. Hinduism, this shit happened before. Islam, if shit happens, take a hostage. Buddhism, when shit happens, is it really shit? Seventh-day Advents, shit happens on Saturday. Protestantism, shit won't happen if I work harder. Catholicism, if shit happens, I deserve it. Jehovah's Witness, knock knock, shit happens. Judaism, why does shit always happen to me? Hare Krishna, shit happens, rah rah ding ding dong. Atheism, no shit. Televangelism, send more shit. Rastafarianism, let's smoke this shit.
Yeah, man.
All right. On that note, have a good night, guys. I appreciate it.
Take care of that, kid.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yes, mate.
All right, guys. Thanks for coming up tonight. It's been nice having everybody that's there in the chat.
Funny, yeah.
There's a lot more that showed up as well. It's great to see everybody. Thank you for showing up. We'll be doing another show here again real soon. Probably a few more this week because we're kind of down due to man out, getting knee surgery and shit. So as we always like to say, don't forget, the Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably kill you. And if you heard the shot, it probably wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good night, everybody.
Hey, how all you glow-tards doing? Just wanted to check in from how you were doing when you all learned about me, when you were just little wee little ones, and you were too stupid to question anything, and just wanted to check in to make sure you still believed in me. You still believe in me, right? You better still believe in me, because if you don't, I'm gonna call you names, like you still live in your mama's basement, and you better not breed. That's okay. I know you still believe in me.